Okay, I just put my mic on. So. Good evening, Santa Monica. Welcome to the Tuesday, March 15th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Council Member De La Torre, will you please lead us in the pledge?
All please stand.
Yes, sir.
My fellow Americans. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
And now, Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Parr.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Negrete.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McAllen.
Here.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Here. And now I guess we're ready for closed session, but do we have anyone on the line?
We do not.
Okay. So will you please tell us what's on our closed session?
Item 1A, conference with legal counsel. Existing litigation. Litigation has been initiated pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. Jennifer Howard, Amanda Pawlowski versus Edwin Valdez, the City of Santa Monica. Item 1B, existing litigation. Litigation has been initiated pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Wolfgang Mountford versus City of Santa Monica. Item 1C, existing litigation. Litigation has been initiated pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Oscar De La Torre versus City of Santa Monica. Item 1D, existing litigation. Litigation has been initiated formally pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. City of Santa Monica versus the Insurance Company of the State of Pennsylvania et al. And item 1E, public employee appointment, title city attorney.
And now turning to our city attorney, when do you think we will return from closed session?
I believe probably by 7 o'clock.
So it appears that we should be back by 7 o'clock, but then you know how reliable we are. So our estimate is 7 o'clock, and we will see you then. Let's adjourn to closed session.
The council discussed each of the matters on the closed session agenda, and there are no reportable actions on any of them.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. And now we do travel, Nikki?
Have any of the council members do any of the council members have any reports on travel since our last meeting?
Thank you. Oh, do you?
Travel in terms of the city's going to reimburse us, like there's money spent. So you don't want to know if I went to Shakey's, to go have a meeting. Okay, all right, just want to make sure.
No,
Thank
that's
you.
why I never have reportable travel.
Okay, great. Because I was going to talk about compost and a couple others, but anyway.
I saw that too, but no compost. Yeah, really. No. So now, council, I'm going to ask to do a bit of agenda management. And I want to ask if the council will agree to hear items 11A and 13A before 4A. And these are, you understand 4A is our study session. Thank you. Moved by McCowan. Second. Seconded by Davis. So what we're moving is we're moving the new holidays and the gift to the for grad night ahead of our study session on SB 9. Okay, so let's have a roll call vote. Yes, seconded by Negretti. Right?
No, Davis.
Oh, Davis, sorry.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, so I guess we will proceed to now 11A, Madam Clerk.
Item 11A, adopt resolution establishing Cesar Chavez Day and Juneteenth as official city holidays. And so far, we do not have any callers.
And we have a staff report from Ms. Parsons.
We do. We have a presentation. I'll wait for it to get pulled up. Good evening, council members. Nice to see you all in person in 3D. Nice change. Tonight, I'll talk about the city's proposed resolution to adopt Cesar Chavez Day and Juneteenth as official city holidays. Can I have a clicker? Maybe it's not working. It's not working. Okay. Hit the what? Okay, thanks. Sorry for the delay. All right, so this proposal comes to council as part of our ongoing city equity initiatives. As many of you are aware, we've expanded annual cultural celebrations to include recognitions of Hispanic Heritage Month, Black History Month, Pride Month. Coming up soon, we'll be celebrating Nowruz and a number of additional celebrations just to broaden the cultures that the city recognizes on a higher level. These two recommendations are part of those efforts, and that would be to recognize Cesar Chavez Day and Juneteenth. Cesar Chavez, as many people know, dedicated his life to advocating for labor rights, political representation for ethnic minorities, environmental justice, registering voters, and improving literacy for farm workers. This has been an official holiday, a state holiday in California for some time. 9 states actually recognize Cesar Chavez Day as a state holiday already, which means state offices and schools are closed. The city and county of Los Angeles also observe Cesar Chavez Day on the 4th Monday of each year, and those city offices are closed. Juneteenth is held on June 19th in recognition of the date in 1865 when the last remaining slaves in Texas were told that the Civil War had ended and that all slaves were free. They were not aware of this despite 2 years having passed after President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. Texas, fittingly, was the first state to recognize Juneteenth in 1979. Since then, 49 states and last year the federal government recognized Juneteenth as an official holiday. Santa Monica, I do want to note, has celebrated Juneteenth for the last 30 years, and completely due to community member Laverne Ross and her efforts to get the city to celebrate this day. So that's a great legacy that we have as part of a community member and the ability to elevate that farther today. Should council adopt the resolution before them tonight, Cesar Chavez holiday would be the last Monday in March. That's March 28th, 2022. And Juneteenth holiday would be June 19th, observed on June 20th, 2022. The city service and facility closures will be consistent with other city holidays. And that's the same recommendation. Staff recommends that City Council adopt a resolution implementing Cesar Chavez Day and Juneteenth as official city holidays. Thank you.
We really appreciate the report. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate staff bringing this item forward. There's been a lot of discussion in the city over the years I've been on the council, and probably long before, about doing this. I've been to all the Juneteenth celebrations, and I think Ms. Ross will be, it'll be fun to tell it, right?
Wonderful.
So it'll be great, and I want to thank you for bringing it forward. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. A very nice report, really heartfelt, and I'm very excited and very proud that we as an organization, as a city, are moving forward and celebrating these two very important events. I had the opportunity to meet Cesar Chavez in 1990 in front of the Lowe's Hotel when 300 students from Santa Monica High walked out during fifth period to support a picket that was being organized to support farm workers in front of the Lowe's Hotel. And so I met him the year after at Chico State University. He asked where I was from. I said Santa Monica, and he was very excited. He goes, and he looked at Arturo Rodriguez, who was the current president of the United Farm Workers, and said, "Hey, remember when those kids from Santa Monica High School walked around the corner?" And he said, "We only had 15 people in the picket." He goes, I was embarrassed. He goes, because the media showed up and it didn't look like a really good picket. But he goes, when you guys showed up, you guys saved the day. He goes, you all were like angels. That when you turned the corner, it was like a prayer was answered. He was very excited. The students from Santa Monica High School from all different backgrounds really made history that day, and it was very, very powerful. And I've been to many Juneteenth celebrations at Virginia Avenue Park with Laverne Ross, and we honored her one year. We gave her an award for all her leadership, and I'm so proud today to be able to vote on celebrating Juneteenth and making it an official holiday in Santa Monica. So great work. Thank you.
So you want to make the motion, Oscar?
Yes, I move that we approve of the resolution.
I second.
Moved by by De La Torre. What's your name? Seconded by Negrete. And let's have a roll call vote.
I'm sorry, did you mark your motion? You did.
Sorry, moved by De La Torre. Seconded. Did I?
Yeah, you're good. You got it. Okay. Councilmember Parra?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, and that passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Parsons. Thank you, staff, and congratulations. Good job.
The 13A.
What'd you say? Oh, we didn't have, no, she said we have no callers. So now I guess,
I'm sorry, just to back it was who made the motion? It was De La Torre? It didn't
yes,
move forward.
moved by De La Torre and seconded by Negrete. Okay. I don't want to tell me, so now we're on 13A.
Item 13A, request of council members Negrete and Brock that the city council allocate $10,000 of discretionary funds to Samo High Grad Night, a 501c3, to enable over 165 low-income students to attend. This would close the shortfall between previous city funding allocated as part of the annual budget and the organization's expenses for June 2022. For over 30 years, Grad Night has provided a safe, secure venue for graduating Santa Monica High School seniors to celebrate their achievements. And just double checking. We do have one caller so far.
Okay, so why doesn't one of you introduce it? Go ahead, Councilmember Negrete.
As an alum of Samo High, class of 1997, what are you, Kristen? What are you, Brock?
1971.
Oscar?
1990.
All right, I think we can all say we've been to Grad Night, and it's one of the most memorable nights. I think people know about grad night even before you get to Samo High. So I know there was a line item budget before that we used to give to help support and make sure that every student gets to go, because every student should be able to go. And the PTA does a great job at making sure. The last 2 years have been pretty rough in collecting funds and also not being able to have celebrations for students. And so I just really wanted to show our support as a council and make sure that we make it possible for every student to be able to attend this amazing event culminating their years in high school before they go off to wherever they go off to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Back in the day, when
Horse and buggies.
Christine's mother and I graduated from Samo High together, we used to go to Disneyland. And then that became not as safe and not as good an event. So it was huge kudos to the residents of Santa Monica, the Samo High supporters who decided on having a wonderful, safe grad night on campus. And to have seen that continue for decades now. And in fact, I did a Brock in Your Block on the last voyage of the Viking ship a couple of years ago. So Samo High, to put this on, they need the help. And we can take this out of our discretionary funds, I believe. And this is the most worthwhile cause that we could have to help those students graduate from Samo High and have a great pat on the back for a job well done.
So thank you, Councilmember Brock. And how many callers?
One so far.
Let's hear from our caller, please.
Welcome, Jennifer.
Hi.
You're in the meeting.
Oh, hello. I just wanted to call and say thank you so much for doing this for us. I am the new co-chair of Grad Night, along with Nicole Ferries, and we we've had to cancel Grad Night for the last 2 years, which has been heartbreaking, very heartbreaking for those senior classes. But we are back, and we do need help. As you know, inflation and supply costs have skyrocketed, and I just wanted to call and say I really appreciate your efforts in helping us with this. So thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Please say yes.
Thank you, Jennifer,
Okay.
and thanks to you and Nicole for being in charge of this, because I know it's a lot of work. So, yes. Thank you.
All for the kids. Okay.
All for the kids.
Thanks. Bye.
And that was our last caller?
Yes.
Do I hear a motion?
I'm going to make a motion.
Moved by Negretti,
I'll second.
seconded by Brock. Any discussion? Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Go Vikings, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes to 7-0. Have a great prom night. Grad night,
night.
prom night.
Eric, can you please?
I too graduated in 1971. In case.
Eric, can you please vote, please?
Oh, my yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Did it work? Thank you. And now we move on to our central feature of the night. 4A, right?
4A is a study session on California Senate Bill 9, the California Housing Opportunity and More Efficiency or Home Act. And so far, we don't have any callers, but I'm sure we'll be getting some.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to be here tonight to lead the study session for SB 9. This is. Yeah, I'm choosing to keep it on. Thank you. So this is a new state law that took effect January 1, 2022. So for the purpose of tonight's study session is to review the key provisions. So really just to walk you through the state law, help the council and the community understand, what it says, and then most importantly, identify what it doesn't say. So these are areas where it's silent and provides opportunity for local policy making, which is when we've taken the time to speak with both the bill authors and to HCD staff about some of our clarification questions, somewhat to understand legislative intent, but that's not more important than just the actual language itself. So, really the presentation tonight is based on the plain language of the statute as written. We understand there are certainly many opinions and interpretations of what it could mean, but we're just trying to present to you what we're reading, and what it says. And these are, like I said, informed by those initial conversations with HCD staff. And certainly that may change as they will be providing forthcoming technical guidance on the state law. And then finally, we have 8 concepts at the end that we are looking for council direction on in order to inform an SB 9 ordinance, and then also seeking direction about timing of that ordinance. So just some background on the process of SB 9 thus far. On February 9th, 2021, council formally took the position to oppose SB 9 as drafted at that time due to the lack of affordability requirements in the bill. SB 9 was then signed into law by the governor in September of 2021 and took effect January 1 of this year. So it is in effect now. The city manager's report on December 7, 2021 explained that due to the lack of specificity in some areas of the statute, we'll be taking a conservative approach in this interim period, while the city doesn't have an implementing ordinance. Just because we don't have an implementing ordinance doesn't mean that we don't comply with state law. The city must comply with this law. So if someone came in the door tomorrow with an application, we would certainly need to be compliant with that, and we're ready to receive those applications. And to be clear, we have not received any. It's just been general inquiries at this point. So what is SB 9? It allows, basically high-level single unit zoned parcels. So the parcels must be zoned for single unit. In Santa Monica, that means our R1 and OP1 zones. So Ocean Park 1, R1 zones are the only parcels that this law applies to. And it allows basically those parcels to add more units with no public hearing. And there's 2 options available. One is what we kind of call the duplex option. So that allows you to add an additional unit to the property. The other option is to do a lot split. So it's to basically split, like a land division of that, and to split this one lot into 2 lots. And you can combine them together into option 3, which is a combination of splitting the lot and then putting 2 units on each lot. And you can see there's some of the basic provisions. It makes duplex a permitted land use. Currently in our zoning ordinance, duplexes right now require what's called a minor use permit. So that is a public hearing by the zoning administrator. This state law makes that a permitted use. And it also requires that the city must allow a minimum of 800 square feet. So, whatever the standards are, that SB 9 unit must be at least 800 square feet. So that is the minimum that we must be allowed. That's really the same as accessory dwelling unit law as it is right now. And in the coastal zone, because we have parts of our city that are in the coastal zone, those will still require a CDP hearing, a coastal development permit hearing at the Coastal Commission, because the city does not have a fully certified local coastal program yet. So that's just a clarification. And the Coastal Commission has actually issued some guidance about how to implement SB 9 in the coastal zone. So this is kind of a graphic depiction of where it can be used. You can see all of the areas in yellow. Those are our R1 zoned areas. So you can see north of Montana, the area is sort of, what we call kind of northeast area of the city. There's a little sliver by Exposition, kind of in the Pico neighborhood, and then Sunset Park. And then OP1 is a kind of a smallish area there just west of Lincoln on the southern limits of the city, and the green you can see there. Now, in order for SB 9 to be used, it has to meet some preconditions, and I'll go through those in a moment. But you can see here the first option, the duplex path. It's the by right approvals for 2 units on those single unit zone properties. And you can see there's sort of 4 major preconditions for an SB 9 project, that has to meet in order to use the provisions of this duplex path. So there are restrictions on location. There are anti-displacement measures. We'll go through what those are. The parcel cannot have had an Ellis Act removal in the past 15 years. And it doesn't require that the city allow a demolition of more than 25% of the existing structural walls. And part of that was, in speaking with just the bill authors, just sharing with you, they were kind of intending this to be targeted towards homeowners and kind of, remodeling or adding on to properties was sort of some of the impetus of this is what we understood in speaking with them. So you can see here the preconditions. in more detail. So those restrictions on location, you can see they're applicable to Santa Monica. Where can't it be used? Areas that are designated historic districts and designated landmarks or structures of merit, those would not be eligible for SB 9. Parcels within an earthquake fault zone, unless that project complies with seismic protection standards, which is required of all new construction. Special flood hazard areas, there are parts of Santa Monica that are designated that unless it's FEMA requirements are met, and then habitat for protected species. And then there are other exclusions that are not that common in Santa Monica. For example, we don't have farmland or wetlands or high fire hazard areas, hazardous waste sites, natural community conservation plans. Those are not really applicable to Santa Monica. You can see in terms of anti-displacement, you cannot propose an SB 9 project where there is existing housing that's subject to an affordable housing deed restriction. So that just automatically excludes those kinds of properties. Any rent-controlled housing, or this one's kind of a big one, is housing occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years. So even in our single-unit zone neighborhoods, there are homes that are rented, obviously. So it doesn't mean that it has to be rent-controlled or anything, as long as there's a tenant in there in the past 3 years, that excludes that property from being able to use SB 9. I talked about the Ellis Act removal already, excludes that. And then in terms of demolition, again, the city does not have to allow more than 25% of the existing exterior walls to be demolished. But SB 9 does allow the city to increase that demolition threshold. So for example, the city could set a rule that says, yes, you can demolish, up to 50% or 100% even if you wanted to. So that was intended to give cities flexibility in terms of, how you implement SB 9. Again, you don't have to go above 25%, but if you want to, you can. These are, I'm just going to run through some, and I will caveat these. Don't look at these literally as buildings on a map. They're not site plans. They are really just illustrative scenarios to help explain, how these provisions work. So you can see there on the left, that is a scenario in this duplex path of adding a detached SB 9 unit. So this is not unlike adding an additional ADU. You can see on the left the existing condition, and then on the right in the dotted white line, adding the additional SB 9 unit. So, very, very common situation. You might have an existing single unit dwelling, a detached ADU, and a JADU, and they've gotten rid of their garage, right? And so this would allow them in that situation to add an additional SB 9 unit. Again, very similar to just adding a second ADU on the property. On the right, there's a scenario for an attached SB 9 unit. This is probably, might happen, might be somewhat unusual, but this is a case where maybe someone has a property that's big enough and they're able to add on to their house and demolish less than 25% of the existing exterior walls and add an additional unit. So you can see there, that's an example of how you would add another unit, an SB 9 unit, and again, get to 3 units total, on the property, because again, that existing ADU unit doesn't have to go away, right? That just gets to stay as a legal non-conforming unit. Going now to the lot split path, which is the other option. So all of the preconditions for the duplex path apply to the lot split path, but in addition, there are some requirements here. So you can see the lot split standards. The lots must be at least 1,200 square feet. Most Santa Monica lots are bigger than that. Both lots have to be approximately equal in size, and then neither of the resulting lots of that land division, it can't be less than 40% of the original size. And it has to comply with the city's subdivision requirements. So all the things that would still apply to, anyone who proposes a division of land would apply. But it does prohibit, as a condition of the subdivision, the dedication of right-of-way or off-site improvements as a condition of a lot split. But it still, although it prohibits that as a condition of the map, it does not prohibit that particular requirement to be applied to the actual construction of the building. So, in that way, anything that would apply to normal new construction, in terms of like access to alleys, rebuilding the sidewalk that you damaged, like these are very, very normal things that our public works department requires of new construction. Those things are still allowed. And then also, finally, you can't split the parcel over and over again. That's actually probably a concept taken from Subdivision Map Act. You can't just keep making it smaller and smaller. So it's a one-time split that you can use SB9 under. The lot split path also has owner occupancy restrictions. So if you exercise that lot split, an applicant cannot split adjacent properties in succession. And on top of that, the applicant must sign essentially like a declaration or an affidavit of some kind. It's not, specific in terms of the mechanism that you do that, but they must state their intent to live on one of those units for a minimum of 3 years from the approval of the lot split. I think this is one where it's an interesting provision because on its face, it might look like, oh, you need to have owner occupancy, but what it says is really the intent to occupy and in the 3 years from the lot split. So when you read it kind of together and understanding the development process as a whole, it appears that it is intended to ensure that applicants were primarily existing property owners, but it's not clear in terms of the practical application of it because you can imagine, once a lot is split, it doesn't mean like a building magically appears on it, right? It takes a process to, go through plan review and, get your construction drawings first, submit for plan check, build all of it. So this is an area that we're seeking HCD's technical assistance on and clarification. Because to us, if you read that language literally, it seems to mean that, if you do a lot split, you have to have some kind of dwelling unit on the property for the entire duration of lot split through construction. Is that what's meant? And does it mean vacant lots are therefore not eligible? Because how can someone declare that they're intending to live on the property if there's nothing there to begin with to live on? And understanding that the 3-year occupancy requirement can cover demolition, permitting, construction, it could mean this applicant never lives on the property. So that's part of why we were kind of trying to work through the language of it, but also the practical application and seeking that assistance from HCD because its meaning kind of changes, when you sort of think through the mechanics of it. Again, going back to our illustrative graphic examples. So this one is an example of lot split, what we call the front to back, so not just down the middle, but splitting the lot in half. And you can see in here, again, on the left side, an existing, typical single-family home with an ADU and a JDU, and this property owner says, hey, I'd like to split my lot. You know, it's big enough for me to do the front to back, so I'm going to put that black line down the middle, and, you know, I can add 2 more units at the back. So what, you know, you end up with essentially 4 units on the property, 2 units per parcel, right? You remodel that single family home into 2 units, and then, you know, on the back side, you can build 2 detached SB9 units on there. So that's an example of how that might happen. This is another example of splitting it down the middle. This one, I've sort of done it in 3 phases, you know, kind of seeing practically how someone would do this. Again, starting on the left side with our existing single family home with an ADU and a JADU. This is under kind of our interpretation. Again, like I said, the very plain reading of the language, you need to have a unit on the property. It doesn't say what kind of unit, you just have to live in it. So let's say they keep this ADU on the property, you know, you demolish the existing single unit dwelling, you split the lot down the middle, and, you know, you add the 2 units, you know, per parcel as it is. And again, that's another scenario as to how you might end up with 4 units total, where there was formerly a single family home, you know, 3 units, single family home, ADU and JADU. So that's just a scenario of combining the lot split with the duplex. Here's another example. You know, you don't have to do the 2 units or 2 detached or attached units. You could do it as 2 single family homes in the end as well. In this case, because we did get clarity from HCD that the SB9 does not require that the city allow more than 2 total units per lot. So in this case, you know, you have a single family home on each parcel. It seems that the city could say you have to choose an ADU or a JADU, but not both. So that's just something to clarify. What does the process look like for review of SB9 units? It's really not different than any other project. So you can see if someone just did not the lot split, but just wanted to add a unit to the property, normal process, submit to the planning department for your zoning review. We make sure that it complies with the code. Then you can go ahead and submit for plan check, and then the permit is issued. So it's required to be a ministerial process. That means no public hearing is allowed for any of these projects. For the lot split path, this is basically a land subdivision. So it's basically the same process that you would follow for processing a subdivision map, except that we remove the requirement for a public hearing at the Planning Commission. So it starts with a submittal to the county engineer for approval. Then they must submit to the city engineer for approval as to form, and then it gets submitted to planning as a subdivision application, and that is reviewed ministerially. So, as long as it meets all of the lot split standards that we reviewed, that would be approved. And I think at this point, we're thinking because council has to approve final maps, we need to come here, but it's not a hearing in the sense final maps at council are very much just, perfunctory actions, and then submit for plan check, and then, permit issued after the map is recorded and all plan review requirements are met. So again, a very typical process, nothing different than would be applied to any projects. We're just removing any public hearing requirements. So what kinds of standards would apply in this period? So, we do have existing R1 standards and OP1 standards that apply to all new construction. So as some of you may be aware, we did undertake an update to the R1 single unit dwelling zones in 2019. That was done in response to the community about the size of new homes. And so the standards are very much skewed towards greater parcel coverage for retaining existing homes. So it's like 55% parcel coverage versus 45% for new construction. So that was a policy decision that the council made with respect to the R1 update. And the whole intent was to simplify the standards as well so they could be more user-friendly to homeowners. And as I explained before, duplexes become a permitted use under SB 9. And all of our single unit dwellings, and again, the minimum 800 square feet. So there are no standards the city could apply. So even if the 800 square feet violated a parcel coverage maximum, we must allow it, right? Because that minimum 800 square feet is what the state law allows. This is a comparison of the few standards that are in SB 9 and how they compare to our Santa Monica zoning ordinance. So in terms of setbacks, no setbacks are required for existing structures or structures that are reconstructed in the same location as to where they were demolished. This is exactly the same actually as accessory dwelling unit law, so that's not different. Also up to a maximum 4 feet. So the city could certainly elect to be 0 feet or 1 or 2 or 3 feet, but no more than 4 for side and rear parcel lines. In the Santa Monica zoning ordinance, it's 10% of parcel width, and to the extent most parcels are about 5 feet, 50 feet wide, that's generally about 5 feet. So just to understand, it's not a huge difference in terms of SB 9 and Santa Monica zoning. Non-conforming conditions, SB 9 does not allow the city to require correcting any non-conforming conditions, but they cannot also expand any non-conformities. So this means any sort of existing buildings that don't comply with existing zoning, you can't have them fix that, right, with the SB 9 project. What's different in the Santa Monica zoning ordinance is that, if you do undertake a project that involves demolition, new construction, you usually need to kind of bring things up to code. So that's, a difference there. And in terms of ADUs and junior ADUs, in SB 9, for projects that utilize that combination duplex and lot split option, the city doesn't have to allow an ADU in that. So you can ask an applicant to choose ADU or SB 9 in that particular instance. And also, we don't have to allow an ADU or JDU if there are already 2 existing units on that parcel. So for example, if someone had a lot that was big enough and they had, their home and an ADU and they split it off, right? There's no obligation for the city to allow more ADUs on that split off lot. What's different is in the Santa Monica zoning ordinance, if you have an existing multi-unit development, so a duplex would qualify as a multi-unit development, and this is just ADU law, is that existing multi-unit developments are allowed to convert existing non-habitable spaces. So these are things like garages, storage rooms, boiler rooms, loading docks, all kinds of things can be converted to ADUs. Up to 25% of the units on the property And they can also add two detached ADUs. So that's a choice, that multi-unit, existing multi-unit development. So you must be an existing development. So you can see there, and I'll walk through an example later of kind of how that comes together with respect to SB 9. What are parking requirements that apply for SB 9? So what the law says is that if it's within 1/2 mile of a high quality transit area or major transit stop, that's basically a 1/2 mile from all of our major transit stops. And we've made a handy map here. So the giant blue blob is all of that area. So in that whole blue area, no parking is required for any SB 9 project. If it's outside of that blue area, then the city can't require more than one space for that SB 9 unit. And like I said, in the coastal zone, properties must still obtain that CDP. It has been our experience, with ADUs in the coastal zone that the Coastal Commission has been requiring parking with those, so that has been an issue, in terms of what the city's required to do and what the Coastal Commission then requires. So that's, we would expect going forward that to be probably an issue with SB 9 projects as well. In terms of the city's residential leasing regulations, this is chapter 6.22 and 6.20. So all of those would still apply. So the city's home share, vacation rental ordinances all would apply. They're not preempted by SB 9. They're quite consistent with that. And residential leasing regulations in terms of that, they must be unfurnished, leased to a natural person, initial minimum term of a year, and be the tenant's primary residence. So all of those would still apply to SB 9 projects. And then just sharing with you, this is not an existing standard, but because we've seen some other ordinances around the state talk about affordability, and because it was a point that the council was interested in, when there was the formal vote to oppose SB 9 as drafted because of affordability requirements, we just wanted to share that this analysis was done as part of the housing element update in terms of a feasibility analysis in R1. So it was basically looking at if someone purchased an R1 property, how many units would it take in order to be able to accommodate an on-site inclusionary unit? It's basically what the analysis was asking. So in looking at that, what we found was that you need a minimum of 6 to 7 units to support an inclusionary unit. So, what that means is, we, as staff, we could not recommend that the council adopt an inclusionary requirement for SB 9 projects because it would basically make them infeasible. And that would be a violation of SB 9. So that's analysis that's attached to your report, but we wanted to share that with you as well. In terms of how SB 9 and ADUs plays together, you can see the limits on the maximum number of units, and this kind of showed itself in some of the illustrative scenarios. So I think, as I said before, it doesn't require the city to allow the ADUs and JDUs for that lot split duplex combo. So it does cap the number of units effectively, right? That, in that situation, you don't need to allow more than 4 future units on what was formerly a parcel that had one single family home and maybe an ADU on it. If you had no lot split, there is no limitation on ADUs and JDUs. So that's a concept we'll be asking the council for direction on. So what are the potential impacts of SB 9 in Santa Monica? And I think one way to think about this is, although it allows the addition of units, just the practical reality of just physical space, and what we see most homeowners doing in Santa Monica when they build their homes. Certainly under the prior R1 code, it was 66% parcel coverage. We're at 55. I mean, it covers a pretty substantial amount of the property. You add a, ADU or a garage or what have you, and, there's not a lot of space left. So you can see here, this table is basically taken from when we did the R1 update, and it was a breakdown of the size of parcels in the city based on neighborhood. So you can see those large parcels, that column on the sort of far right there, the greater than or equal to 10,000 square feet, they make up about like 4% of the total parcels in the whole city. And they're really concentrated in 2 areas. So that north of San Vicente Boulevard parcels, and then the Palisades tract. That's probably not surprising to most people, where we have sort of the largest parcels in the city, and maybe, areas that the whole, there may be space on the property to do this, just because it's just a much larger parcel. I think, like I said, based on what we see in terms of the existing development and remodels and new home construction, generally speaking, most single unit dwelling parcels are probably close to or a maximum parcel coverage. And so, it probably does dampen some of the potential to do SB9 units. And I think the other thing also is, that's sort of depending on, how this is implemented, the ADU process remains extremely popular. We've seen nothing but an upward trajectory since, ADU law came into effect. And it has many, many advantages over the SB9 process. If a homeowner is just looking to add an additional unit to their property, SB9 ADU units don't pay any impact fees. There's a lot of arms around what the city can do. We can't charge connection fees. We don't require, there's a time limit, in terms of how quick we have to issue those permits. SB9 really doesn't have any of those things. It goes through a regular review process. Fees can be charged, that sort of thing. There's no time limit on review. It's not that we would, drag our feet on it or anything, but it's just sort of like there's just none of those protections, in state law for SB9. The other state law that kind of interplays with SB9 is SB 330 and amended by SB 8. So this is a law that is called the Housing Crisis Act. It has several provisions, but one of them importantly is it basically it prohibits the city from downzoning. And the specific language is it prohibits the city from reducing the intensity of land use within the existing zoning district below what was in effect as of January 1, 2018. So it's already reached back to 2018. And so it allows the existing, what that means for SB9 is that, the existing R1 and OP1 standards allow what they allow in terms of coverage and what have you, right? So just as a simple example, in the R1, if parcel coverage is 55% right now, right, we couldn't arbitrarily just reduce that to like 30% for an SB9 project, right? That would clearly be a violation of that. So, I think that we're just pointing this out because in our conversations with HCD, they were very, very clear that they are very concerned with what they were seeing around the state and what some cities were doing in adopting either urgency ordinances for SB9 or, in their discussions of how they were planning on implementing it. And they were looking at the language of SB 330 very, very closely with respect to any attempts to kind of undermine SB9 or reduce the intensity of land use. And it seems they've taken a very broad view as to what intensity of land use means. So it's really a whole host of standards. So again, that's an area where we heard very clearly, that message and, wouldn't recommend, an ordinance that sort of, puts little things in there to try and reduce, the intensity of land use below what R1 and OP1 already allow. So that's kind of like the overview of all of the provisions. Now we'll jump into the concepts for the ordinance. So we've organized this into kind of 8 areas. It's really kind of 4 areas where there's options, and the remaining 4, I think, are relatively straightforward. And again, these are areas where we, in reading the law, it seemed like it was silent, and then we confirmed it with HCD staff. It's like, hey, does this mean the city can make our own rules at the local level? And, they affirmed to us that, yeah, because they're sort of reading it too, and they kind of affirmed to us that, yes, this does appear to say that. So
I don't want to interrupt, but is it possible that we ask questions about the first part and then the second part? Does anyone else have questions about the first part of this? Because I have a couple that are just clarifying questions.
I have a lot of questions, but I don't even know.
Okay, then keep going. Okay. Okay. So keep going. I just have a few, but.
Okay. So the first concept is about the applicability of ADU law. So where SB9 allows local discretion is that I think just as a level setting, as I said, ADU law allows up to 2 detached ADUs and converting non-habitable space where there's an existing multi-unit development. So if there's an existing duplex in the city, an existing apartment building, you are allowed to add, convert areas of your buildings or to build 2 detached ADUs to add ADUs to the property. SB9 does not require the city to allow this. So it's a question, whether should the city require that ADU law for multi-unit developments in R1 zones only apply to multi-unit dwellings existing as of January 1. If that sounds strange to you, it's not. We actually have a few instances where we have existing multi-unit developments in the R1 zones. They're just kind of vestiges from the past. And the table there, kind of what we're trying to show on the left side, the minimum compliance approach is sort of, call it sort of more conservative approach, and then the incentivizing SB9 is sort of on the other end. So this is really kind of demonstrating your policy range, in terms of what you could do. So, if we say yes, that we should require that this only applies to multi-unit dwellings existing as of January 1, basically what that means is that we would be saying you could only have the 2 units per R1 parcel. If it's no, and it applies to all multi-unit dwellings, this is actually an idea that came out of the Planning Commission, was like, okay, allow the ADUs and the SB9 projects to be combined together, but maybe just on those larger lots of at least 7,500 square feet, or even maybe bigger than that, where you might practically be able to fit this. And so what that means in, consequence is, you could potentially get up to 6 units at the end of it all through a multi-step process. And I'm going to show you a diagram right now. Again, I really do want to emphasize that this one is really, really illustrative. It is not about like where the boxes are, okay? But this is how you might get to 6 units, if we answer no to that question, allowing ADUs and SB9 projects to be combined together. So let's start on the left there, which is, our existing single family home with the ADU and the JADU. Step 2 is basically demolishing or remodeling that single family home. So this is keeping to the 25% maximum of demolition of those exterior walls. So I've demolished maybe one wall of my house and I've added on an additional unit. So I know I have a duplex on that property, and I'm keeping the existing ADU that was there, the green, and I'm going to construct a new garage for my duplex. Then how you get to 6 units is because now you have an existing multi-unit development in that future scenario. So the final step is, now that I have an existing multi-unit, I can now convert that garage to an ADU, and I can add 2 more detached ADUs to the property. So that's kind of how you get from the left side of a single family home, ADU and JADU, to 6 units on the property at the end. Make sense? For the second concept, this is about deed restricting SB9 units as a rental unit. So SB9 is basically doesn't provide any prohibition on this. So cities can certainly require that the units be rented or sold. There are some good policy reasons you might want to do this. If we are going to have housing units built in the city, it certainly assures that they actually address the housing needs in Santa Monica, as opposed to sometimes what we see, it can be at the property owner's discretion. Might just be an extra room, might be for family and friends, could be for any number of reasons. So that question is whether the city should require that the additional SB9 unit created under the duplex path or a combination lot split duplex be rented or sold. So do we want to require that these units be rented or sold? And yes, if we do, what that means is that it ensures that it contributes to alleviating the housing needs, and it also aligns with the city's fair housing strategy to increase housing access to high opportunity neighborhoods. Most of our R1 areas are some of the highest opportunity areas in the city, highest land values and what have you, and that's certainly a key tenet, of the housing element in terms of opening access to high opportunity neighborhoods. If we say no to this, and we don't impose any rental or sale requirements, then those SB9 units could be built and be used for any reason, the property owner wants to use it for. So, that just kind of explains that particular concept and the sort of range of policy options there. The third concept is about owner occupancy for the duplex path. And I think we're pointing out the duplex path because, as we reviewed in the lot split path, there is already an owner occupancy requirement in there, but the duplex path is just silent on this. So it has no owner occupancy requirement. And so should the city require that one of the units created under the duplex path be subject to an owner occupancy requirement? If we say yes, then we could just bring consistency between the two pathways and just say that, applicants for the duplex path have to sign that affidavit that says, they intend to reside in one of the units as their primary residence for 3 years. What that means, it ensures that the duplex path is primarily used by existing homeowners, brings consistency between the two pathways. If we say no to this question and we don't impose any owner occupancy requirements, what that means is it increases opportunity for that duplex path to potentially be used by outside investors. If there's not the requirement for owner occupancy, it certainly can be anyone. Fourth concept is about the demolition allowance. So this is about that 25% limitation. So like I said, SB 9, it does not require the city to allow an applicant to demolish more than 25% of an existing structure. And so should the city allow duplex path projects to demolish more than 25% of the existing structure? So do we want to allow potentially an entire house to be demolished and replaced with 2 units? Or, by limiting it to 25%, you're really probably encouraging the addition of SB 9 units, somewhere on a property while retaining that existing single unit dwelling. So that's kind of the range of options that you see there. And if we say yes to that question, it kind of encourages the full demolition of existing single unit dwellings and their replacement with 2 units. These last 4 concepts are, I think, pretty self-explanatory. There isn't really a range of policy options here. It sort of is we must do. So just relating to that demolition threshold that I just talked about, we do need to reconcile that then with the city's local demolition ordinance. This is more of a technical point. We have something called the Historic Resources Inventory, which are not landmark properties. There's about 2,000 of them, and they are potential historic resources that are identified through a survey that we do every 5 years. The reason that 25% is significant is because our local ordinance identifies 25% as the demolition threshold for an HRI property. So we would need to reconcile SB 9 with that demolition review procedure. We would clarify that the consistency with the municipal code leasing regulations, that's kind of self-explanatory. And then we would need to update our land division ordinance as well to codify procedures for processing SB 9 projects. And then kind of number 8 is a catch-all of any other changes that we see in terms of where our zoning code is inconsistent with SB 9. We would want to rectify that as well. So just to give you a little flavor of the Planning Commission's discussion on this, on all these concepts, we presented those 8 concepts to the Planning Commission. Their response in terms of the ADU question, you can see there, it's kind of built into the policy recommendation there. In terms of allowing it as an incentive in some of the areas of the city. And although they've named neighborhoods there, I think, we were really looking at kind of lot size as a better threshold as opposed to naming individual neighborhoods. And they were really thinking about it from an affirmatively furthering for housing perspective, like I said, which is a key aspect of the housing element. In terms of deed restrictions for rental units, the commission didn't come to a consensus on that, but they were generally supportive of finding a way to ensure that the units become permanent housing. So I think that is, do we want to make sure, and this doesn't mean that they're deed restricted. Sometimes when we say deed restricted, you think it's affordable. It's just deed restricted that they be used either as a rental or, as, I think that the sale unit is a concept. In terms of owner occupancy, the commission discussed kind of the challenges in implementing and enforcing intent to occupy. The city has quite a bit of experience in this regard. The commission had more of a discussion about, whether that was feasible, but it's sort of, something that we'll have to explore if there's interest in requiring owner occupancy. And then in terms of the demolition threshold, that 25%, there wasn't a consensus on that, but they generally did support, did not support increasing the demo thresholds beyond the 25%, primarily because there was concern about kind of, is there effective ways of protecting HRI properties, was really what they were thinking through. I do want to note in that regard, SB 9 is very specific about not just any random historic resource. They must be designated, individual landmarks or historic districts, right? So, and they have to have findings, that support that. So with that brings me to the end of the staff report. And what we will be looking for tonight is council direction on those 8 concepts for the ordinance, and also any comments you have about timing. In terms of this ordinance, because of its relationship to a housing element program and affirmatively furthering fair housing, and it was something that HCD called out in their comments in terms of, how we're dealing with our R1 neighborhoods. We would be looking to bring back this ordinance with our housing element zoning changes, which would be later on, so it wouldn't be as immediate. So we would love to hear the council's feedback about that proposal for timing. Happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Yo. Do we have any callers?
We do not.
Okay, then, yeah, so this is, we have no callers, so you mean as opposed to?
We're not going to go back to that.
No, we aren't going back. So I'm going to close the public comment session. And since we have no callers, and lines have been open throughout the staff report, isn't that correct? So now let's, I have some clarifying questions about, do other people have questions? Okay, so Councilmember Parr, you want to go first?
So I have a bunch of questions. I understand I read through all the documents, and I understand what the state requirements are. And so I understand the parameters and what we can and cannot do. So I get that. So I'm going to ask the questions, and I guess later we'll have discussion, right?
Yes, that's right.
Because clearly every neighborhood's different, and these parameters are going to affect different neighborhoods differently. And so we'll discuss that separately. But some of the questions that I had to do with, so setbacks, right? 4 feet. I don't even know what it's called. Front back? Like what's the setback from like the sidewalk in? Is it also 4 feet?
Front yard? No. So that setback is only for the side and rear.
Okay.
So for the front setback, that would still be our Santa Monica zoning ordinance, which
Okay.
is, could be 20 feet, 50. It varies throughout the city. Yeah.
Oh, so it still would be a significant
correct.
setback.
That's right.
Okay. I was concerned about that because the trees, for example, down my street that go like this and go into the yards, I measured them, go in 20 feet. And so they would severely be affected if that was an issue. Okay, so that was one of my questions. Okay, hold on, sorry.
No.
Okay, so when you're looking at demolition and replacement, okay. I'm sorry, I don't understand my own notes, sorry. I'm trying to understand like the 25% demolition. So let's say, for example, we allow 25% for demolition of an existing single unit. So that would allow it to, according to that example that you gave, I guess it would allow it to increase the size and add to it, maybe. And then on top of that, you can add additional units, right? But I was trying to understand what that would look like. So would that mean still keep a single family unit or use that 25% of like that wall
Yeah.
to be a wall for one of the SB 9 units?
Yeah, exactly. So it's sort of like that far right illustration.
Okay.
If you can imagine, like, 4 sides of a square rectangular structure, 100%, right? So if it's one side of it, that's 25%.
Okay,
of
so
that.
that would
So,
be a part of
yeah,
that.
if you were, I guess like we're just sort of speculating, someone might remove that wall
Mm-hmm.
and then add something on to it, and create sort of your classic duplex.
Then that's the, okay,
Right,
that's
as a
the part of
way-
it. That's what
yeah.
I was, okay, I was trying to kind of visualize and figure that out in my head. Okay. Here.
You could own separately. Must be on, but you can't own separately. You can do whatever else you want.
And then I had questions about how this is going to affect, again, parts of the city, right? Because in terms of exactly what you brought up, the point that you brought up about the lot split and then that whole 3 year, I mean, by the time, if it's owner, if it's mandated that it owner occupied, by the end of that 3 years, now it's developer owned and sold and what have you. And so then, obviously that's a great incentive, for the developers, speculators or what have you. And then looking at our R1 zones and what have you, I mean, where it makes most sense to do these types of SB9 projects, and where it most affordable to do that is Pico neighborhood once again. And so there are, while I looked at your diagram on your map that said the lot size is around 5,000, well, in our neighborhood, they're actually like 6,500. And within your map, that actually is doable for SB9 projects. So once again, our neighborhood is probably going to be one of the ones that probably is going to be affected again. And so how do we, I mean, I know we can't do anything because this is a state mandate, but here we go again.
Yeah, and I think that's where that's where I think there's the opportunity to establish local policy, in terms of applicability of the ability to combine SB9 and ADUs together. Basically, by doing that, and you're saying, you can only do 2 units at the end, or, that demolition threshold, I think, is an important one as well, to consider, because, it basically, if you limit it to the 25%, the idea of being able to demolish an entire home and replacing it with 2 new units is not a possibility, right? Because you have to retain some part of the existing structure in order to exercise that duplex path. And then, with the lot split, keep in mind that there are lot split standards, which is why when we were looking at the size and, where it might be, it has to be at least 1,200 square feet, not less than 40% of the original size. So I guess thinking about, some of the lots that are kind of, as you're speaking of, the 5,000 square feet or 6,500 square feet, and, you have existing homeowners with a home on it in order to do the lot split. And I think this is where we were trying to think through, like, practically, what would someone do to do that? Splitting it down the middle means getting rid of your house, right? And putting a line down the middle, like, how likely is that going to happen? It may, but I think that's the sort of mechanics you have to go through in order to exercise the lot split option. Is like to split your lot, you have to draw the line somewhere, and it needs to meet these requirements. And then, there's an owner occupancy requirement, which is why we were trying to get clarification. Like, does it mean someone has to literally live on the property, or, is it kind of through the whole permitting process, that it runs through? Because those things, I think, are important in helping us understand the practical effect of this. And sort of, to your point, I think you're really concerned sort of about, like, the likelihood. Like, what practically, like, is it practical for someone to pursue this?
Right, and then,
given the rules.
You said, and then just one of the things that you said too is that the parcel coverage is 55%. So is that 55% of what the parcel size?
Yeah. So to clarify, the parcel coverage is different whether you do new construction versus additions to a home. So if you're doing new construction in an R1 now, the parcel coverage is 45%. 45% of the size of the parcel. So you get like, you know, a number, and that's.
If you keep that 25%, so if you keep that, you know, if you do the 25% allowable or what have you, that's factored in as well then, right? Because it's essentially a remodel.
Yeah.
Versus a new construction.
Right, exactly, yeah. If someone were to do that, yeah. But it's sort of, you would apply the R1, but again, it does require that the city allow that minimum 800 square feet. So that's what I was saying. In some cases, it might actually exceed, you know, that 55% parcel coverage. It's possible, you know, that it is, but we must allow it if that's the case. But that 55% parcel coverage is only available if you do a remodel. You know, so you retain the home, so you do an addition to your home versus demolishing it and replacing it with something new.
And then let's say if we decide as a council for the lot split and the duplex that it has to be owner occupied for 3 years, what mechanism do we have in place to ensure or to enforce that it is owner occupied?
Yeah.
And what happens, you know?
Yeah, so the state law says that they just have to declare that they intend to occupy.
The intent.
Yeah, they intend to. So I think we've discussed, you know, an affidavit, a declaration. I think we haven't landed on exactly what that is yet, you know, but it's something that they're required to sign, you know, that says that I intend to live in one of these units as my primary residence.
And then if they don't, is it just a?
I think that we need to think through that, you know, a little bit more as to kind of what.
I mean, it needs to be significant in order to deter speculators and developers, because that's the concern here. I mean, I think that, and I know I'm getting into discussion, but I think that what really worries me is that, you know, is that our city it just feels that we're turning into like our communities, like is turning into like a destination, not a community, you know, and it's like, the homes, the things that we're building, it's like we're losing like that family community and like the way that we're building, you know, it just doesn't feel that way anymore. I mean, it hurts me, and it's not because I'm like, oh, the single family home, but it hurts me like it's family. Think about it. It's a family home. It's to encourage families to come to have your home with your yard, with your whatever. And I'm sure that other people may think a little differently. But it's like, it's that concept. It's like bringing the family, the home, the yard, the this, the, you know, whatever, you know, what have you. And it's the way that we've been building with studio units, 1-bedroom units, you know, our populations in our schools, the numbers have been going down. You know, we don't have as many families here in Santa Monica. And it just worries me that we just continue to build and that's the type, that's what's happening here. We don't have, and we're not as encouraging and bringing, you know, more families into Santa Monica. And we just continue to destroy that fabric or that part of Santa Monica. And that's what I'm trying to preserve and looking out for. And so that just worries me. And so I'm really concerned about not looking out for that as much as we possibly can. And so I'm sure I'll have more questions, but thank you, Jane. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Brock.
So I want to ask a few questions, and they may be random, but my first question is I want to go back to the front yard and the amount of setbacks. So I think you said, for instance, that there's still a 20%. Approximately.
No, it varies throughout the city, but it's, you know, it could be like 15, 20 feet, some places up to
20
like 40
sorry.
feet. Yeah.
Okay, so what happens if someone decides, instead of splitting front, side to side, if they decide to split front back? What happens then?
This is what happens.
Yeah, so this is, well, it doesn't change the front setback from the street. So that line then, it just becomes, you know, you basically, let's say if they have alley access or something like that,
Right, there'd be some sort of access drive on there.
Right. So just like any subdivision, we would require that they have access. You can never create a subdivision that's just landlocked and has no access. You must demonstrate some kind of
Right.
access. So in this case, if they didn't have an alley, we would require that they have, an easement or something across that front parcel.
So, but the front yard setback is relatively guaranteed no matter what, because I know that a few months ago, I think Pasadena passed a front yard tree ordinance, so there had to be 2 trees, right, in the front yard because they were concerned about losing tree canopy. So is that relevant in Santa Monica, or were our rules significantly different to begin with?
Well, we don't have a tree canopy ordinance to start with. And I mean, I guess I would note that Pasadena's ordinance, we just found, there was a press release that the Attorney General just sent a letter to them.
It's illegal?
Warning them about their ordinance. So I don't know that I would use that as an example.
Okay. Then we won't use that.
Yeah, but I mean,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, it does illustrate, as we have been monitoring SB 9 ordinances throughout the state. We've talked to HCD, and, that's why we shared with you, that they were very clear that any city that attempts to come up with standards, that sort of takes away that baseline land use intensity that's already there. So I say that because we don't have a private tree ordinance in the R1. We don't have something that, that restricts that use in that way. And I would be concerned, about.
But as long as we're still getting that some setback from the street. And then now the sides and rear are 4.
May I ask a follow-on on the tree thing? Just
Yeah, of
because,
course.
So on the tree, I heard that basically because of SB 9, I mean, this is through all my SB 9 friends, that this is the end of having any private tree ordinance, right, that we were working on in Santa Monica. Is that true?
I don't think I'm armed with all the information to say yes or no to that.
It will hurt it badly, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, we would have to look at the totality of all of the
Thank
state
you.
laws. Yeah.
I raised it in some other context, and somebody said, well, that's done with it.
So back to the first part. So if there was a side-to-side thing, what's the setback from the alley, and how do you get that drive in, the access?
Yeah, so under SB 9, the city cannot require more than 4 feet on the side or rear. So just in this illustrative example, on the far right, if you were to, I hope this doesn't like poke me back in the eye or something, but there we go. Okay, so there you can see, let's say there's an alley there, right? And the street is here. Basically what it requires is, so, you could still require a normal front yard setback, but this setback on the side can't be required to be more than 4 feet. And the setback on the rear couldn't be required to be more than 4 feet.
What's the existing setback, not on an R1 zoned house, but on apartment houses? For the fire lane, I call it a fire lane on each side of the apartment house.
I think it's generally 5 feet.
So it's close to that.
Yeah, that's for the side and the rear.
Right. No, that's why I was wondering if that was 4 feet, 5 feet, or I knew it wasn't much bigger. Let me switch gears for a minute. There's an interesting rule that says that basically most of Santa Monica is a high occupancy transit line corridor. So that eliminates parking. And there's a 15-minute, if a bus line comes every 15 minutes or less. So when we're looking at that blue, my question is, I know some of our buses used to come every 20 minutes. So tell me if we're able to extrapolate that large blue area, what bus lines are actually coming more than 15 minutes during rush hours. And because I think what residents are going to be really concerned about the loss of any off-street parking to these new units, especially since so many of our streets are so impacted.
So this map will change, as the frequency of bus service changes, right? And Major transit stops are probably pretty set. I don't expect the Expo line to just disappear anytime soon.
Well, no, I understand that,
Yeah.
that corridor that bisects the city.
Sure.
I'm more concerned about other areas where we may have two bus lines. So to my understanding, it's where two bus lines intersect, and during rush hour, if the buses are run more than every 15 minutes.
Right.
So if your bus lines on some of your routes, if residents, if the city wanted to preserve parking for some of those lines, they would just say that Big Blue Bus, at least, would have to come every 16 minutes between routes during rush hour, right? And that would change the scenario. That would allow some people still to keep off-street parking for those areas. Correct?
I think that might be one of those rules they might be looking for.
Well, no, and I'm not, look, I don't want to lessen bus service, but I'm looking at this going, how do we provide a scenario where people still have to have some off-street parking when we know that so many of our streets are permit only and so many of our streets already are impacted? So I'm concerned that we're taking such a huge area of the city and saying now, and yes, you and I both know we're not going to see SB 9 units popping up tomorrow all around the city. I understand that, but I'm looking at this even over time.
Well, you're just going to see ADUs that don't require any parking either. Yeah, I mean,
you're probably right there. I agree. And from what I'm hearing is it's going to be much easier for people to build ADUs. It'll be less expensive for them to build ADUs than SB 9 units.
I mean, currently, that's, the process is.
But I was just curious because I know there are some, like the Carlisle line, it's not there anymore, I don't think, but the Carlisle line and the 4th Street line, right, those lines used to come every 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, so I mean, this map actually shows, like, we've named the bus line, so it's line 4, the 720, line 1, line 3, line 7, and then the Metro E line. Those are the transit lines about which, this blue blob is drawn around. I do want to note that, the applicability of SB 9 is not the whole city. It's the R1 zone neighborhoods and OP1. Most single unit dwellings, they'll build it with a garage, or they'll have parking somewhere on the property, or they park in the driveway or what have you. So that's, it's, parking sometimes is a matter of perception and whether it's available or, whether the streets are full in those areas or what have you. ADUs are not required to have parking at the moment. And, just, I guess, depending on how, there is some discretion, as we're pointing out, in terms of how the city would implement SB 9. But, in terms of, I don't think I could professionally recommend like slowing down buses, to remove the blue blob. I mean, it just.
Come on now. I just moved all of our Big Blue Bus lines to every 16 minutes.
Yeah.
Or 15 minutes and 30 seconds, and then we've kept our parking rules.
Right, but I mean,
except by the Expo line.
I think what's important is that all it means is the city can't establish a minimum requirement, but certainly it doesn't preclude that applicant from building parking on site. It just gives them flexibility, even if it's like, just like a parking area, just a flat work. It just means you don't have to build a carport or garage. Like, we can't require it, but they could certainly provide parking somewhere on site, where people could park a car in there or even park on the street, as long as it's available. So
I know that Councilmember Parra mentioned the follow-up if an owner does not live on the premises for that minimum of 3 years. And I know that many residents are always concerned about long-term oversight of what we do. And I think what you said is you're still developing rules, and we don't really have an answer yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think we know on the intent to occupy. I mean, we've had provisions like that in our code before, and it is a challenging thing to enforce. It's challenging to enforce intent. Someone can say they had all intent to do something, and circumstances change, right? It happens. So I think it's something that if there was interest in strengthening that, we would have to work with the city attorney's office to try and think through some ways, to do that. It's just not something, that we're highlighting it because it's a provision that is missing in the duplex path in the law right now. And so I think tonight is, we don't have all of the answers about it, but I think what we're really interested in hearing from you is there interest in like pursuing that concept? And then we would come back, with potential options or solutions in an ordinance.
So you mentioned something else, which was a historic resource inventory of houses, and there were approximately 2,000 houses.
Properties. It's
Properties,
commercial
properties that
Yes.
theoretically could be subject to that. And they become automatic administrative approval? Is that correct? Under SB 9? No. Yes?
Yeah. So SB 9 requires an administrative process for any SB 9 project. Those HRI properties are not protected under SB 9 because they are not designated. They're not designated landmarks. They're not historic districts, so if they are, then certainly SB 9 is clear that if our local ordinance, you have a designated resource, then that's excluded. You can't do an SB 9 project on there.
So along with my 15-minute, 30-second bus lines, I want to landmark those 2,000 houses. Now, I'm facetious there. But my question is, what can we do as a city to circumvent that automatic administrative approval on some of that inventory? Is there any way to protect some of that?
Read Rod Bonta's letter today. Read the Attorney General's letter today.
Yeah,
What did he say?
So, Council Member Davis is referring to part of, I haven't seen the whole letter, I just saw the press release, but it seems that they took issue with Pasadena's full broad exclusion of all of their landmark districts from SB 9.
Their whole city is landmarked in Pasadena almost.
Yeah, and so that was part of the comment letter as well. I think in terms of, we're certainly not arbitrary in terms of designating landmarks or historic districts in Santa Monica. There are criteria, there are findings, that have to be made. And if properties...
I'm still waiting for the findings for the administrative packet on historic San Vicente. It's only been 5 years, so I understand it takes a while.
That's okay.
I wasn't throwing a dig in. I thought about throwing the dig in and I didn't. But I am concerned about that as well. So there's no way to protect any of those 2,000 houses.
I think that's, again, if that was...
And I'm not sure they need to be protected. I'm just...
I think that it's something that we need to think through. If that is something that you are interested in asking us to explore, we can receive that direction tonight. I think that, as we pointed out in the staff report and the presentation, we're just recognizing that the demolition threshold in SB 9 kind of runs up against our local demolition process, that's intended to be protective of HRI properties. And that we're recognizing there's an issue there. And it's something that we'll have to look at. The answer very, very well may be that there isn't a way to protect those HRI properties.
But you'll look at, or you'll take a look at what you can do to reconcile those differences.
Right.
Okay, that's all I'm asking on that. And I may have one more thing. So I think one question is if someone uses SB 9, they cannot also put an ADU on. It's SB 9 or ADUs, correct?
Yeah, under the combination lot split and duplex, if you do the lot split and then a duplex project on that combination project, SB 9 is very clear that the city does not have to allow an applicant to also do an ADU. So that's one of the questions here is, do you want to also apply that concept to a project that is just a duplex path one? So if they don't do a lot split, if they just want to add a unit, does the council want to require that applicant to choose an SB 9 project or an ADU project, but not both?
If I could editorialize, I would think so. All right, I'll rest for now.
Yeah, just to follow up on that. I mean, there's no requirement, and it's not really feasible for us to ensure that the developer or the owners of the property have a set aside for affordable, housing. And I'm thinking, well, if we put conditions on the if we allowed, let's say, the additional ADU on the lot split, can you have, like, for example, well, I guess the bigger question for me is, because this is where I want to go, is how do we support sort of family oriented housing? How do we ensure that families in the city of Santa Monica will be able to move in and raise their children here? And that's my big consideration. I'm trying to think, like, how can we accomplish that more, or sort of set that framework within the, policy along the lines of SB 9 and ADUs. And I guess the big question for me is, like, how would ownership, I mean, I'm inclined, to support ownership unless staff says, look, the research shows that, by renting in these scenarios, you will have more families. It's more affordable for families. I mean, I don't know what the research says, but whatever, I mean, just whatever will make it easier for families, to move in and to Santa Monica. Like I said, I'm inclined to say ownership would be better. Like, if we're going to put conditions on these, whether rent or own, I would be more inclined to support ownership. But I don't know do we know if there's any research on that sort of, if families, will move into communities more so if they're buying versus if they're renting?
I mean, people, the choices that people make about where they live are very personal, I think, to each family. If you were to speak very generally, if you were parents of small children, you might look for parks and schools and, walkability and all those things, right, that you might look for and that are present in a lot of places in Santa Monica. I think when you look at something like, I just put up here the lot split, and when you talk about ownership in Santa Monica, I mean, the reality of it is that this is probably one of the most expensive cities to live in the United States. I mean, the real estate values are what they are. That's factual, right? That's research we presented as part of the housing element. That's, whether you rent or own here, it's expensive. And so, the reality is if you allow something like a lot split, and, in this example here, that allows, what was formerly one larger single family home, but you split a lot in half, and this is something you see probably around West LA a lot, or just around LA with the small lot subdivisions. Maybe that $3 million home became $1.5 million. Is that affordable to most people? Probably not, right? But it's a lower price point, and so I think it's not a simple question, you're asking in terms of, like, does it become more family friendly? That may be affordable to some families, but it certainly may be still well out of the price range for most. And I think, housing policy in Santa Monica has largely been geared towards renting and favoring renting and trying to encourage the construction of affordable units and, units across the spectrum to try and open up access, to the city. But it's a challenging question, if the goal is ownership. We did quite a bit of research as part of the housing element to try and figure out what are the mechanisms available to make ownership affordable. The most successful programs we've seen have really been kind of like down payment assistance, and that requires money, which is resources we don't have, and they're not, Santa Monica as a city, we're maybe not competitive in that regard, for those kind of funding dollars relative to other areas, in LA County or the state. So I think that's, certainly a question to grapple with, but you can see as an example of that, like that you could get sort of quote unquote, lesser price point, for ownership, right? Or, for rentals, certainly, like that's the idea of ADUs, or even, from what we understand of the spirit of SB 9 is that, is that 800 square foot unit going to be appropriate for a family of 4? Probably, not. Like it's, that may not be, but does it open up access for people to live in neighborhoods that they otherwise would have no opportunity to be located in. That's, what we understand as what was intended by this law.
Okay, great. Yeah, any information along those lines would be helpful for me. But I'm inclined more towards ownership just because I understand sort of what that gives people and sort of generational wealth and all that. There's on that same topic, whether ownership versus renting. There's you have the form. I love how you did the format, by the way. Whoever put this together, sort of here's the issue, sort of that we want to grapple with. Question: should the city require this, and then purpose. You say here the purpose of this would be to ensure that multiple unit dwellings created under the SB 9 duplex path will contribute to alleviating Santa Monica's housing needs. How do we determine Santa Monica's housing needs? I mean, are we talking about the residents who might be living sort of impacted, in one family, crowded, and those residents that are currently living in the city want to access housing, want to move out, for example, and still live in the city? Or are we talking about people that we want to attract from outside of Santa Monica to come and live in our city?
Yeah, I think it's both. I think it's both, right? It's people that live here that you would like to stay here, kids of people who live here, who would like to give them the opportunity to stay in Santa Monica, but it's also, the tens of thousands of workers that commute into Santa Monica every day, and that are the backbone of this economy. And, do they have a chance to also call Santa Monica home, right? So they're part of the housing needs as well. So, I don't think it's so narrow. It's a very, when you talk about housing need, it's across the spectrum.
Great. I wanted to hear that sort of what we're working with, what the definition is, because residents a lot of times talk to me and say, hey, we can't get access to the affordable housing, and they're frustrated with that. But it's important for you to express that there's people that are working in the city and would be great if we can have them live in the city, and I totally support that as well. The OP1, you mentioned OP1 R1, there's many of us that are new on the council now. Can you explain to us a little bit what is OP1 and what impact does that have? We know what R1, I think most people understand R1 zones, residential, but OP1 is probably very unique to the city of Santa Monica. Can you give us a little bit of explanation on what that means?
It's OP stands for Ocean Park, so it's in the Ocean Park neighborhood, and it is this little, these little parcels over here. I think it's something like, I think I counted, it's like maybe 30 or 40 parcels at most. Many of them are extremely narrow. They're like 25-foot wide lots. I know from experience that there's probably not been a single home built there that didn't require multiple variances, just because there's just no way they meet our code, even with the special standards for OP1. So I guess some of the history of that is that there was kind of, special zoning that was created for the Ocean Park neighborhood. It's the original town site of Santa Monica. There's a lot of really old structures there. The lots are kind of not typical relative to the rest of the city. You have some very, very small lots throughout Ocean Park. And so OP1, in terms of its impact, I think when we looked at that, it's sort of, the lots are so built out and filled with structures. I kind of hesitate to say that there would be any sort of potential. There may be one or two parcels that we saw there. It looked like it was a little bit bigger, and maybe there might be some room to play with. But generally speaking, in OP1, it's pretty small lots that are pretty built out. So I don't know, how much effect SB 9 would have there.
Yeah. I think it's important for all of us to understand that there has been, at least in this example, sort of a neighborhood-centered local control around development and ordinance issues and stuff, which I think is exciting. I mean, it does inspire, I think, us to think about other opportunities throughout the city of Santa Monica where we might be able to have special zoning, to protect the character and scale, or, support, certain, policy, like family-centered housing and so forth. So I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
So I have a few, sorry. I think I'm probably the last one. Does anyone else have other questions?
Yeah, I have comments, but no questions.
Okay, so first of all, the earthquake zone, right? There is an area of Santa Monica that's in the earthquake zone, so those would require special whatever it is.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they're automatically excluded. Basically, as long as you follow seismic standards, which you would be required, in any event. So I think effectively it doesn't, even if you're in an earthquake zone, it doesn't mean it's like it's impossible to build there.
And then the liquefaction, right? I mean, we have liquefaction zones, and that's not mentioned anywhere. I just looked at the law.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think we just kind of flew over that, but yes, there are.
There are,
liquefaction
but no,
zones.
I don't see it as accepted from the law.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you mean.
What I'm saying is I know we have liquefaction zones. I mean, I can't remember how I know
But
that.
they are not exempted from the law. You're right.
Yeah, but those are zones that have land that basically is less solid than other places. And so there are no special requirements. But do we right now have special requirements for liquefaction zones?
I don't know that we do. I know unless they're included under those, our special seismic zones.
Yeah,
because
I
it's
know.
sort of-
Yeah, anyway, okay. I was just curious about that.
Right, yeah.
So the 3-year requirement, I think, is, and this was key in passing this law, and I don't think that we can slough over it because the 3-year residency requirement was intended to prevent speculation, because we know a speculator isn't going to come in and live on the property for 3 years. So I wonder if they allow us to enforce it in a way that the declaration of, that I intend to live there, and if I don't, then I have to pay $100,000, something like that. Can we do that?
I guess we can look into it.
No, because
Yeah.
I think we need to do that, because that we're going to see so much speculation here and people signing the intent to, and then, I mean, look, we've had people offer to build whole developments and then go to Thailand. So, that is something that I'm concerned about.
Cambodia.
Oh, was that where he went? I thought it was Thailand. Anyway, okay.
Yeah, the way the statute reads is that the city can't impose any additional owner occupancy requirements than it says, but it doesn't say anything about enforcement, so that's something we can definitely look at.
So, yeah, because I really think that is going to be important to this, because the 3-year requirement was always a linchpin, and I would talk to the drafters of it too, because they put that in because advocates, like people I know, required that they put it in to avoid speculation. And if they've watered it down to where it doesn't do that, then people should go back and fix the law.
Yeah, and I think that's why we pointed it out, because the practical effect of 3 years from the approval date of the subdivision, which in a ministerial process is quick, and it's 3 years just to make it through like construction and permitting and, all that. Like we just weren't sure what was meant.
And I think when they first did it, they intended that people had been living on it for 3 years, but now they've changed it to 3 years after the law. I'm just saying, right?
Sure,
When it was
yeah,
first
yeah.
there, it was 3 years. They had to be living there for 3 years before they could apply for the lot split, right? And now they've made it less, as I see, less enforceable and less restrictive. And again, the authors of the bills might want to look at, because I think that was the original intention, to make sure that people were actually living on the properties before they did this. So just that parking in the coastal zone. So will that trump our parking? So they may require parking where we wouldn't.
Yeah. So if you look at the blue blob map, I can just kind of generally, if you're not familiar with the coastal zone in Santa Monica. So the coastal zone in Santa Monica is basically the northern city limits. It runs across 4th Street all the way to Wilshire, to basically 4th Street to the freeway. And then it pops up to Lincoln, and it goes all the way to the southern city limit. So that's the Santa Monica coastal zone. So you see there's, it includes all of the downtown, for example. It would include, in this case, the only neighborhood that would be captured is probably OP1, I think I'm seeing. So, to the extent you could do an SB9 project there, what we've seen with ADUs is the Coastal Act overrides. It just overrides state law. So coastal access in terms of parking would trump this law.
Now, You said on a slide, and I forget which one, that replacing a single-family residence with 2 to 3 condos is infeasible. Why?
It's the cost of land. So the price, the purchase price of that R1, so that analysis that HRNA did assumed someone came in and purchased an R1 property, demolished the house, and then replaced it with for sale condominium, market rate for sale condominium. And what they found is that even doing 2 units for sale wasn't feasible. Like nobody would do that. Like you need to do, more than that. I mean, the purpose of the analysis was, how many units could support an inclusionary unit.
The real question is what people will pay for a condo in that neighborhood, and we have no basis to.
We don't. And so they had to kind of draw from, Wilmot prices and what have you, and sort of, based on kind of like what would be marketable size and what have you. So, that was the basis of the analysis. I think its applicability here is a little different because if for example, for the duplex path, right, if we limit, as SB 9 allows, the demolition to 25%, you really, the only kind of project you could pursue under that pathway is kind of an addition, like a detached unit or an attached unit of some kind. And then the other project under the lot split would be you could end up with 2 units on the resulting parcels. So that may make it worthwhile for somebody.
Can you go to that slide that she's referencing?
Oh, okay.
Because I think that, look,
that is the.
I've thought about this a lot.
Right. Because this was, the analysis was based on what would be possible with an inclusionary unit.
No, it says with no affordable, infeasible. Replacing SFRs with 2 to 3 unit condo units with no affordable is infeasible.
Right, with no affordable.
So what I'm saying is you buy the lot in Noma for $4 million. Let's say that's lot value. I don't know, 3.5 or 4 million. You build 3 condos, charge $2 million for each. Right? That's feasible.
But we also asked them to fit it within the R1 envelope, keep in mind.
Oh, within the R1 envelope.
Yeah, not the R2. Now, if we expanded the envelope to R2, and you allowed sort of a little more coverage and height, then you kind of might get some real units in there. So.
And only by leaving one, I mean, what's interesting is the way that we did the 45 and 55, right? If they left the 25%, right, and put a couple units there, did a lot split and put a couple of townhomes behind. So you had 4 units, you were able to get to 55 because you kept the 25%, or I assume you could, right?
Right.
Then, I'm just saying, I think that might.
I mean, certainly someone with, an estate lot where you just had a lot of space, you could split and then decide to build airspace condos.
Yeah, I don't think they meant it for us, but I have thought about that. Now, I want to talk a minute about what Oscar was discussing in family homes and how we could incentivize family homes even if they were for rent. And, I've always thought that ADUs were a pathway to that. And so I wonder if there's a way to incentivize larger ADUs right? Because if we had a minimum ADU size of, let's say, 1,000 square feet, that would accommodate a larger family. And if ADUs are so much more desired, and I understand that they are, I don't think a lot of people are going to be doing SB 9, but I do think that we could encourage family opportunities with larger ADUs. So right now, our lowest threshold is 800, is that right?
Yeah, so there's actually 2 thresholds that the council authorized. One is 800 square feet, and then on lots of 10,000 square feet or bigger, they could be 1,200 square feet. So that's a maximum, 800 or 1,200.
Right, but what I'm saying is if we expanded the size of ADUs but kept, because we don't have to do that in lockstep with the SB 9, right? So SB 9 could stay at 800, but you would get a bigger ADU, right? So, and then that would incentivize family housing. Now, look, it's still not going to be, I mean, you understand that even with an ADU, in these neighborhoods, they're going to be expensive, right?
I think that's one thing to keep in mind is the price point, right? If it's a 3-bedroom, larger ADU, in a desirable neighborhood, I mean, it's not subject to any form of price control. It's, it's going to be for market rents.
Well, I understand that, but even in that, in that scenario, I mean, for a 3-bedroom, it would be 5,000 or 6,000, right?
I would say at least that, yeah.
That's market here, I assume, right? I mean, and I get that that's a lot, right, for any family, but my sense of what this bill is meant to do, at least in a place like Santa Monica, is not to create real affordable housing, but to create opportunities for younger people who have that high barrier to access because of the high prices of single-family homes. So they're thinking by reducing the price of each home that these neighborhoods will become accessible to more people. And I do understand that, right? I don't know how well that's going to work here, but regardless of how it's going to work here, I still think that the ADUs, larger ADUs, are an opportunity for families, right? And I think that the other thing we might be able to do is create incentives for, let's say, for workforce, and I don't quite know how to do this, but I've been thinking about this, for teachers, police, firefighters, et cetera. And it could be even subsidies, rental subsidies from the city so that they're living in those units as opposed to something that happens from the homeowner. But I think there are ways to create incentives if we create larger ADUs.
Mm-hmm. That's
and let me just say, I understand that it should probably be on larger lots, right? I can live with that. And you could even have, I mean, if you had a family that owned a home and then needed an office, right, you could still have an ADU, right? I mean, there are ways to do this. I think ADUs give everybody more flexibility, always like them better than this idea. But I wonder if we should consider leaving this at 800 square feet, but upping the bottom line, the minimum size of an ADU to create more family-sized units. And so under our affordable housing production program, we have as the bottom, the lowest number, I think, for a 3-bedroom is 800 or it's something like that. It has to be a minimum of 800 square feet. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So we think, obviously, that 800 square feet is enough. So I want to make it right. So people could be doing that. I mean, if they were ever thinking of doing it. But I think that if we make the ADU minimum number a little higher than that's my idea.
Okay.
That we set the minimum at 1,000 for an ADU. And that will incentivize more family housing. Okay, now in terms of restricting SB 9 to rental units, I mean, my sense of SB 9 is that particularly in a place like this where 70% of the people are renters, that it's meant to promote more opportunities for home ownership. And I think that we could even create more activity around the ADUs and families, et cetera, if we made SB 9 only for home ownership in certain areas. I mean, and we might want to pick larger lot areas or something like that, but that way it would encourage having 2 units on one lot that would be less expensive per family, even though the developer would be making more off of, because ultimately I believe they will make more over these lots, on the value, when we used to do value enhancement analyses, which I'd love to go back to. I think that whoever constructs it will get more out of it if they build 2 units, but people will pay less per unit. So I think that we ought to be looking seriously at looking at SB 9 units only for sale in certain areas to create more home ownership opportunities.
Example of an area though, where it's a large enough lot that you'd be able to potentially split it for.
Well, even my neighborhood or even north of San Vicente, those really big lots, right? I mean, or the lots on, what do you call it, the Palisades tract? Well, those lots are enormous. I mean, so we have yeah, in where I live, it's all 7,500, but they're 12,000 or more. So,
So it would just be creating two $5 million homes.
as opposed to one 10 million. And I'm not, I'm just saying there's more opportunity, and I think we ought to look at, and by the way, even where I am, a 7,500 square foot lot divided into, two 250s, right? Although when I look at the setbacks and stuff, I think it's problematic. If you go back, I think we have 25, maybe 25 or 30 foot setbacks. I don't know.
Yeah, it varies throughout the city, but in those estate areas.
So then, so we have 150 foot lots. So then you take away 30 feet, you're left with 120. So you have 260 foots. 260 by 50, right? 3,000 square foot lots. But that, and then you put two townhomes on each or whatever, right? I mean, and then it reduces the price for people.
Doctors and people coming to the city who need housing, who can't afford and don't need that huge lot and can't afford it.
And
I just had in my building two pulmonary surgeons who were both in their 30s just bought a townhouse because they didn't need more, but it gives them a way to have housing in Santa Monica, and that's what we really want to encourage.
Well, but what this does is it creates different kinds of opportunities. So I am not allergic to the idea of having having purchase only SB9 units on larger lots. I think that it might create different kinds of opportunities for different people. And let's see, let me go back to the 3-year thing. We need fines or something to make sure that people live in these units, because we are going to have more speculation here than Carter has liver pills if we... I've never even seen a liver pill, right, by the way. Yeah, right. My grandparents used that expression. I don't even know what Carter's liver pills are, but whatever it is. I just know what's going to happen if we don't do this in a way that people really need to live and live on site for 3 years, because otherwise it's going to be all developers.
One thing I was going to say to piggyback on that is that I know the state is working on anti-speculation legislation. We need to do what we can in Santa Monica to do that as well.
So those are, yeah, so now, so that's all the questions. Let's go to comments. Councilmember Davis, I know you've been waiting.
I'm willing to wait more. So I need to take a point of personal privilege here. Every unit of housing, every unit in housing in this city, no matter how big, is family housing. I grew up with a single mom in a unit that was less than 350 square feet, and we were a family. So when I hear about we need to encourage more quote-unquote family housing and talk about single-family housing, we also talk about multifamily housing. And I just really need to make that clear, because I think we're creating this hierarchy of housing, that big houses are for families with kids and small little boxes are for I don't know what. Every person, if they live in a studio that's just got a kitchenette and it's just one person, it's a family of one person. And I think we really need to be careful about how we talk about this, because the people that we are marginalizing with that kind of talk are the very people that we're trying to honor with things that we're doing in so many other parts of this city. So I'm sorry to kind of get on my high horse about that, but I think my lived experience shows that a single mom and a kid living in an apartment that didn't even have a complete bedroom, just had a pony wall, is a family. And that there is no better family housing or worse family housing. It is all family housing. So I'm off my soapbox now. I do want to make it clear, because I think when you read Rob Bonta's letter to the city of Pasadena today, that while he certainly addresses the actions that the city of Pasadena specifically took, he reminds them that any action that a city takes that effectively constrains housing under SB 9 is going to be questionable. And so I think we have to look at SB 9 through that lens, not how can we constrain its effectiveness or how can we limit the number of parcels that are subject to SB 9, but how can we give vibrancy, if you will, to both the letter and the spirit of the law. And I know that that scares a lot of people. But I think anyone who looked at the Turner Center report on SB 9 prior to its passage back in the summer of 2021, this isn't going to undermine entire neighborhoods. The number of lots that are going to be subject to SB 9 is unknown. But this doesn't ban single-family housing. It doesn't require anybody who owns a single-family home to no longer have a single-family home. And so for certain families who want to have duplexes, for example, it gives them that opportunity. I'm feeling kind of stupid because had we not sold our single-family home before COVID struck, when we downsized, a duplex would have been perfect for us, because we really wanted to downsize our living area. We didn't need a huge house. Our son moved out. And a duplex would have been wonderful because it would have created opportunities for new people to live in our neighborhood. And then perhaps, and I'll get to why this is important later, maybe at some point when my son gets out of the Army, he could move home. And we could have something that I think is sorely lacking in all of our communities, which is that multi-generational housing. The ability of parents and kids to live in close proximity, and I'm talking about adult children. And Kristen may give me a funny look because I know she's had that experience, and it's got its high points and its low points. But the fact of the matter is, I think a lot of people would like to create an opportunity where they can live in one duplex and their adult children, and if they're lucky enough to have them, grandchildren could live in the other duplex and really create that kind of family community. And so that will sort of drive some of the comments I'm going to make. One of the things I do want to point out is that in our prior draft housing elements, we really did emphasize that accessory dwelling units, ADUs, were a strong component of our city's desire to affirmatively further fair housing. And while we can argue about how effective that's going to be, I think that represents a good faith statement of how we view ADUs. And so again, as I look at how we're talking about ADUs and how they interact with SB 9, it seems to me that we need to talk about how do we maximize ADUs in our high resource districts, which are the very districts that SB 9 addresses. And so if we're talking about how do we constrain them, for example, let's not allow ADUs after a lot split, we are effectively saying, well, we don't want to affirmatively further fair housing on those lots. So I think we need to be a little careful. If we really believe that ADUs are an important and integral part of the solution to affirmatively furthering fair housing, then I think in order to get a certified housing element and satisfy the requirements of HCD and not get a nasty gram from Rod Bonta, that we need to say where possible, and maybe it is only on larger lots. Maybe the OP1 zone is obviously not appropriate because those are smaller lots. But I would say our standard single-family home lot, it's not universal, but our standard single-family home lot is 7,500 square feet, 50 by 150. And I think if someone does a lot split there, and we say that an ADU is a way to affirmatively further fair housing, we should probably consider that we're going to need to allow that, because otherwise we are effectively constraining our ability to affirmatively further fair housing. I do think a minimum lot size makes sense, but I think it can't be 14,000 square feet, so only 4 homes on La Mesa qualify. And I want to address sort of the issue of rental versus home ownership. I very much support the opportunities, expanding opportunities for home ownership. Rightly or wrongly, the majority of people in America establish their wealth through home ownership. And it's one of the reasons, unfortunately, that we have such stark and frankly discouraging inequities among different groups of people, because it is much harder, for example, for families of color to buy homes than it is for white families to buy homes. And that is because the barrier to home ownership for almost everybody, unless you're in the Army, because you get a no down payment plan, I can testify to that, is getting a down payment. Especially in a very expensive city like Santa Monica, putting together the hundreds of thousands of dollars that you need to purchase a home just to get to a 20% down payment is a really high barrier to entry. So while I think that we need to think about things we can do to encourage home ownership, and I think we need to do that on the financial side, community banks, subsidized and guaranteed loans for underserved communities. To me, that's how we get to home ownership. We say we're going to set up a community bank and we're going to give guaranteed loans to families that otherwise would not be able to pull together the money you need to do it. But if we say that if you build SB 9, it all has to be home ownership, I don't know any other way to say that. You are going to get the same people who can buy homes. Maybe now they'll be able to buy in Santa Monica instead of West Los Angeles or Culver City or Torrance, but it's going to be the people for whom getting together that down payment is not a barrier to home ownership. Santa Monica has a proud history of being a rental community, and one of the reasons we have so many renters is because our land prices are high. The barriers to renting are much lower. First and last month's rent is very different than a 20% down payment, even on a relatively inexpensive home. I mean, think about it, 20% on $1 million home is $200,000. So while I appreciate everyone talking about home ownership, I'm not sure SB 9 is the mechanism to do it. I would fully support having a much more robust discussion about the financial things we can do to encourage historically marginalized and people who have been shut out of that community and their inability to develop the kind of family wealth that homeowners get. But I don't think SB 9 is going to do it. And so I, at least on my behalf, I'm very concerned about saying if you do an SB 9 unit, it has to be home ownership only, because what you will get is when you get SB 9 splits, you will get two family, you'll instead of, and I'm just going to put it this way because I don't know any other way to put it, and I apologize because it's crass and craven. Instead of one white family on the lot, you're going to get two white families on the lot. And that is not what I want to see happen in our high resource areas. So I would not support the idea of saying home ownership only. I would support us, and this is not the SB 9 conversation, having a real serious conversation about what we can do to encourage home ownership among marginalized communities, but I don't think this is it. So for me, the purpose of SB 9 was to create more small A affordable housing, and I think Ms. Yao put it correctly. If you have a $5 million single family home, and you can divide it into two $2.5 million duplexes. That is in no way deed-restricted affordable housing that is available to the most marginalized and the lower income people in our community. But as Councilmember Brock points out, because I don't know what someone paid in your, but my guess is it was multi-millions of dollars, well over $1 million. You could have two thoracic surgeons, pulmonary surgeons, could afford, and they're in their 30s, they're young, could afford a $2.5 million unit, but might not be able to afford a $5 million unit. And so I think that's what it is. It is affordability is a relative concept. And even if you say the duplex you build north of Montana is still going to be $1,000 a square foot, just like the, and I'm pulling that number out of my, you know where, just like a single family home. But the single family home is 8,000 square feet, meaning it's an $8 million home. But the duplex is a 2,500 square foot unit, which means it's only 2.5 million. There are a lot of people who might be able, maybe two teachers or a doctor and a teacher or a doctor and a nurse or whomever, who can afford 2.5 million but can't afford 8 million. And I just got notice today that we have another property north of Montana where the asking price is over 8 million. So this is a real issue in our community about how do we not become a place for the very super rich and through our very robust deed-restricted affordable housing programs for the people who need subsidized housing, that missing middle. And that might be small business owners. It might be people who are doctors. It might be people who, I don't know. But I just think we need to take SB 9 as it was intended, which is a mechanism to create more affordability in what are obviously high resource areas. So those are my comments.
My comments are, I just want to start off by saying first purchase was a condo in Inglewood, moving from Santa Monica, and that was because we had a offer from a landlord in my rent-controlled apartment to move out, and I seized that opportunity to put a down payment, and it was 2005. I think we all remember, where people were getting 0% interest-only loans. So 2 years later, we were able to flip it and get a house, but in Lawndale. And in Lawndale, if anyone's been by there, the lots are extremely small, much like how it is in Marine and Navy, where they're very narrow. It's a lot of multi-units. You can't find parking for blocks, but we found a double-size R2 zone lot that had, you know, an actual driveway and whatnot. And so that was the attraction there, because we had lived in apartments and got to this place to own a home. Coming back to Santa Monica, silly, we thought that we would just buy again over here. And here we are in a rent-controlled apartment, thank God for that. But in my neighborhood in Sunset Park, very small lots, smaller than our apartment, are over $2.5 million, and some of them are tear downs. And so I know that the spirit of this law is to provide opportunity and access and equitability, but I do understand both sides of it. The idea that when you finally get to that point, spending your entire life in rented apartment buildings, to finally being able to own your home, you look forward to the space and the size, and the idea that your neighbors might build right up against you can feel alarming. I do want to say, however, that I have a lot of friends in my community in Sunset Park that they bought their homes at a time where if they were to buy them today with the jobs that they have, they would never be able to afford them. And the only way they're able to afford the property taxes on their homes, or whether they've pulled out on their homes to do other things like send kids to college, is because they have rentable property in the back. And so I do see not only the opportunity for people coming into the community, but creating opportunity for people who are on fixed incomes, who have maybe since lost their jobs, and being able just to afford the property taxes and the nut on their house or day-to-day costs of having a family. They need to be able to have the ability to rent out. And I just wanted to make the note, while I do see the benefits to home ownership, and I do see the opportunity there, I'm sort of chuckling inside because we're talking about these multi-million-dollar purchases like it's more accessible. I'm that small business owner that's like, I can't buy the house that's $1.5 million because of the down payment situation. So just pointing that out, like, I'm not a pulmonary surgeon, and I'm not saying that those people should move into Santa Monica. But I've already picked what I'm doing. I'm running a nonprofit and this family business, and the idea of purchasing home in Southern California just seems to be, you know, completely out there. And I would love to see an opportunity for people like myself who are, you know, part of the community and want to be able to stay here. So I want to point out that we have to be conscious about this idea of forcing people to buy the property behind them, because I think of my friends. Specifically, I'm thinking of someone who the only way they're able to afford their home right now is the ability to have an Airbnb in the back. And if they didn't have that, or an ADU, they wouldn't be able to have their home today. And so just thinking about forcing someone to have to sell that property, now that's not the same as rental income time over time again. And that generally happens, that concept of selling it, while it sounds nice to give someone the opportunity to buy, that actually prohibits the person who maybe bought, at really low, or it was handed down to them by family. And that rental income is what creates that generational wealth that we're speaking about, not just being able to sell it. So I just want to be conscious of that, because I have the same concerns about sort of the idea that we're losing the thread of what our community looks like. Going back to the Lawndale scenario of what it looks like when you look at those little tiny lots all packed up next to each other. Nobody has parking. You have to park 3 blocks from your house. But also recognizing that this opportunity doesn't only provide access for people to come in at hopefully a lower rate, but it also gives an opportunity for people who have owned their homes for quite a while, have a lot of lot size. It gives them the incentive to maybe pull out of their house and build something in the back, because it creates that wealth for them and their children and grandchildren to receive an income to afford the house. There's many people who are given homes in Santa Monica by generational donation, and then they can't keep up with the cost of maintaining a home. So just thinking about that, because culturally, in Hispanic culture, we're very used to multiple families on one lot. So it's but it's also sometimes a challenge with family members who have been given homes, and the only way they can maintain it is by being able to have that rental income in the back. So I just wanted to point that out, because although I think that's an interesting idea, I think we have to think about how people live culturally. And I think we talk about things sometimes up here with our own perceived, how we live culturally or how we were raised. And for some people, it's not that case. I wouldn't assume that every homeowner is somebody who's wealthy that might be looking at the opportunity to put units in the back. So those are my only comments. I think everybody else has touched on everything else.
Just wanted to make one clarification. I also was raised by a single mom, and I didn't mean that families were not living in smaller units. What I was trying to say is that I wanted us to think about families overall when we're thinking about planning our communities. That's what my thought and my intention was when I was talking about families. And I would appreciate if you were just lower your tone a little bit when you're trying to talk or make a point to me. You could educate me. You don't have to talk at me. But the other thing, the point that I wanted to make, and I wanted to bring to Jing, one of the things that I just wanted you to keep in the back of your mind when you're talking about parking and SB 9, and because I know that it's not a requirement, but for example, in areas where there is no driveways, for example. So like in our neighborhood, out of 25 houses or homes, only 13 of them have driveways. And so the majority of my neighbors, we all park on the street. And then on top of that, there are commercial areas very close by. So they started parking in our neighborhood. So we were forced to have to get permits to park on our street so that we wouldn't have to, compete with them. So now as homeowners, we have to pay for those permits. So then what happens when SB 9 properties come into effect into that neighborhood? So now we're competing with those people that come into those properties. So now you've got potentially 4 units that don't have parking with the other home, owners or people that live in that neighborhood that have to park on the street. And so then what happens? Does those units, do they get parking permits? Where does everybody park? So now you've got people, you've got renters pitted against homeowners, competing for parking, but then, that's going to be a show, you know what I mean? And so just think about that, because that's going to be a huge problem, at least in my neighborhood when it comes to parking. And so that's be a big concern. Thank you.
So first, I want to support almost everything that Mayor Himmelrich said during her comments. And the fact that you were really listening to Councilmember Parra, Councilmember De La Torre, myself, everyone else who is in the city is concerned about families and retaining families in the city, regardless of whether they're in apartments, which we already have 72% of our residents living in, but we seem to have decreasing home ownership. So I welcome your thoughts about SB 9. I welcome your thoughts about ADUs and creating more paths to home ownership in the city as well for those people who are looking for, in other cities, which might be palaces, in our city would be small starter homes. But I welcome that discussion, and thank you very much for your words on that. Otherwise, I support what you've said, and I think that should be direction. You can add to it.
I mean, I thought that what I said actually was pretty unprescriptive.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I don't know if that would constitute the kind of direction. I mean, because I didn't mean to be doing it as direction, but is there something we need to talk about? There may be things, because we have these issues, and we may want to go through them one by one. But I do have an idea for parking, which I'm going to repeat here, as I've repeated many times before, which is, right, that we get rid of, you've heard I believe we should get rid of all restricted parking zones in the city and give every household a parking permit, a pass like the ones we have that go everywhere, right? Just the house, every household in the city gets one, right? And I think people would find parking. That's just, you'd only have one car per household that could park, but that would be the only one people would use, right? My backup plan is the London plan, which I think won't be very successful. So let's run through, have we covered this? I mean, I want to know from you guys.
Not really.
No, okay.
We need to go through one by one. One by one. Yes.
Okay, so on this, right, and in terms of ADUs and SB9 allowances on R1s of at least 7,500 square feet, I actually think that on a 7,500 square foot lot, that 4 units might be enough, but on a lot over 10,000, you might add, and maybe we want to do different things for different sizes.
I think that works. So that would be like incentivize, but with another layer. So you wouldn't get to the 6 until like a 10,000 or 14,000.
Right, that's right. Yeah, well, you wouldn't get to 6 probably till 5, I would say. So at like 10,000, you could add, like that. I mean.
I have a question. We can't add any affordability options or.
No, there's no, this is the problem.
The home buying part, you can't add on the major, when you've got 6, no.
You can't. It was infeasible.
So, I think, and I don't know what the rational number is. I don't know what it is, but I'd like to hear what you guys have to say about it, because I'm guessing today you don't know what the right number is, right?
And we're just basically saying, do we want more options, or do we want to go with the minimum SB9 compliance approach? And I agree with the mayor that I'd like to see more options, and I think you guys would come back to us with what those options look like for this city.
That's right.
And if the majority of us agree, then we can move on to number 2. That's not, if that's not the case, then we can stay on this one longer.
So I think that Councilmember Davis may think that we should allow the maximum on, but I don't want to speak for you.
No, look, I mean, we're just giving direction here. So yeah, we're not saying 4 here, 6 here. We're giving direction to come back with some graduated proposal, and
Yes.
I'll look at it. I'm
Okay,
not
okay.
trying to dig a line in the sand tonight.
Okay, and okay, that's that one.
Yes, I think
Next.
what I'm generally hearing, just to give a sense, you're not voting or anything, but there is support for this combination of ADU and SB9.
Yes.
But on some larger lot of some kind.
Yes.
Okay,
And
great.
I would not be in favor of that, so I want to stick with the minimum SB9 compliance approach.
And I agree with Brock.
Councilman,
Also, myself, I also agree.
okay, I agree with the mayor.
No, we're talking about larger lot
Right.
sizes. Only the larger, which predominantly are in north of Montana from what, if we're talking about, I mean, I was just looking at this.
Yeah, it's almost all north of Montana.
What size?
So you end up with
That's what-
apartment houses.
Like along, think about Alta.
No,
No, we're talking about lots that are, no, we're talking about, so 75, what we're talking about is at the 7,500, which is basic lot size, you would have 4. But once you get to like 10,000 square feet, which is, 2,500 bigger, or 12,000 square feet. And what I think about, just so you know, is, I don't know if you remember, but it used to be in Santa Monica, and I actually worked for a guy who had this, the house in the front and then the apartments in the back, 4 or 5 apartments in the back.
we have that.
No, looking like, so on larger lots, I think that that's doable and creates more opportunity. Yeah, so anyway, so It looks like we have 4 people who are interested in it, 3 people who aren't. So,
Wait, are you? No, when we were referencing larger lot sizes, and I'm looking at it here, at least at the 10,000 square foot level, and even at 8 to 10 in the Pico neighborhood, Sunset Park, it's like 1%, 8%. It's really in areas where, like North Montana and whatnot, yeah. And we're talking about giving access to people to those areas, right? We're not talking about impacting the areas that.
I mean, I think the reason we have to do this, and then I know Councilmember Brock has, is we already have the challenge with affirmatively furthering fair housing. I think this, I can't recall exactly how everything was worded in our housing element with regard to programs that we have or might have or will implement, but I really think this fell into one of those, that we were going to use this as a way to get that. And so I think at a minimum, like, and I didn't even vote for the housing element but for everyone that did, I think this was kind of like in there. So yeah, I just don't see how we can't at least give you the direction to bring back some options.
well, and one of the other things is on those larger lots, if you had a split on a lot over 10,000 or 12,000, those really big lots, that you would have more, if you had ADUs on those lots, you might have more opportunity for the teachers, those people, because, yeah, so that is why I think we ought to look at a combination.
And I have a comment about that. This all goes in towards our housing element, right? Like the amount of units. Okay, so I just want to point out that if we don't want to continue to see big monstrous buildings all over the place, I'm just saying this is a way to get there in neighborhoods. This is the point. I don't know what your face is about. What I'm saying is, otherwise, all we're looking at is big sky rises that block out the sun and are still unaffordable. So we were just talking about no longer redlining and getting people into areas that normally, for example, I'm going to use myself as an example. I only had friends that lived north of Montana. This would be the only way I would be able to live in North Montana with the salary that I make now, because I have not yet won the lottery. And we haven't changed what council members make in the charter yet. So until that happens, I wouldn't be able to live North Montana unless something like this happened, and it would create that neighborhood option for me. I'm pointing it out because, and I don't know who's going to want to do that over there. This isn't saying it's going to happen. People are going to want to have to do that. Otherwise, we're constantly looking at these major projects to make these whatever numbers we land on. I'm just pointing that out there as this is part of that feeding into our housing. But it's something to think about, to not discount. Let's looking at it from that piece too, right?
You have your last one of 2 semi-housing zones that were R1 that are no longer R1 now anyway, right? Because now already with an ADU, a junior ADU, et cetera, in that neighborhood, you've already squelched part of that feeling that people could have housing there. You're not going to create affordability because those are not going to be affordable units. So if you are thinking that the myth, I believe it's a myth, that you build hundreds of units in the city, it's going to bring down housing costs for all. That's not the case. These are not affordable units. We've seen that on Lincoln Boulevard, where with the exception of community core housing that is mandated affordable housing, you have not seen a rise in affordable housing. You've seen a rise in unaffordable housing for the average Santa Monican. So if you believe that someone's $8 million lot is going to be divided and is suddenly going to have really sprouting a 6-unit apartment house, whatever way you want to call it, on that lot is going to bring prices down. That is not going to be the case in Santa Monica. So I believe.
But if there's two.
Didn't you just make that argument earlier tonight, though, that you could potentially take a $5 million lot
and split into more houses? Yes, but I'm concerned about.
Who affords pulmonary? To your point, doctors afford those.
I'm concerned about apartments there. So you can do whatever you want.
What is wrong with apartments?
I oppose that in the area because we have a limited amount of actual housing in the city for houses. You already have 72% renters in the city. There needs to be some place where you still have lot sizes that are for families that people can live in. And no, I'm not in favor of the mega. There's a lot now on Georgina between Ocean and 4th that literally could hold 300 units. I mean, it is now a triple lot. So I am concerned about that. I will still oppose that, but it's fine. You're going to vote to put it in as an option. That's fine.
We're not voting. I want,
Say we
can I,
are
wait?
voting.
Can I make?
No, but I
but I
don't-
want to respond to your comment.
She's not talking about apartments. She's talking about ADUs or
ADUs
not
are-
apartments.
So are you talking about a house ADU, JADU? And then
Yes.
a lot split where you end up with another
Maybe.
house ADU, JADU?
I mean, if it was a 22,500 square foot lot like you're talking about, yes.
Okay. All right.
But I want to.
Well, let's see how it is when it comes
No, I
back.
think.
I wanted to respond though
Phil, you
really
explained
quick to
that
Phil.
better.
Can
I
I
understand.
respond to Phil? Phil, and that mathematical equation about more units, I made that point and I understand that, but we keep excluding, we can't ignore that we're excluding a certain neighborhood, okay? And access to that neighborhood. And that's what I'm referring to, because you keep saying people are going to buy houses there, and there's a very small group of people that can buy houses there. That's what we're talking about here. So that's my point, and I think you agree with the concept of that. So I just want you to understand it.
Okay, so next, or do you want to say something?
No, I'm saying number 2.
Oh, number 2, yes. Or rented or sold. I think, so my view of this, we could not have any requirements on it at all, but I think we ought to look at the effect of SB 9 if we required in certain areas, and it could be in, look, I mean, if we required in larger lot areas and only and required that they be sold in, let's say, if the lot is 15,000 square feet or over, then we're basically, I mean, to the extent that there are those lots, and I think there are probably some in the Palisades district and some north of, on La Mesa and stuff like that. But I don't think there are very many. But I think maybe we could look at for sale only on something on the very large units, because then you'd have two 7,500 square foot lots filled with a house on each one. And I think you could go for that, right? Because so a few years ago, we banned lot mergers for exactly this reason. So now we can undo all those lot mergers that happened before we were around.
Yeah, and I mean, the other option is, it does allow like 2 units on each. So you could, in theory, have 4 ownership units total as well. So that's also a possibility.
Yeah.
And so what you're saying, Mayor, is that we do ownership options on certain, you guys will come back with ownership options on certain sizes, rental option on certain, right?
And then the rest
We're
are
not
wide
ruling
open.
out
You
rent.
could sell
Right.
or you could rent, right? I mean, only requiring sale on the lots, on the bigger lots, if we want to increase opportunity, because we still have 50 million. I mean, there's a $50 million house, which I think probably is in Brentwood, not in Santa Monica. You know the house I'm talking about. That's north of San Vicente. That's on like 2 acres or 3 acres. I mean, there's a lot that can be done with that. Anyway, so like that.
I feel like this is going to be a trend that we're going to fall somewhere in between.
Right.
And so.
That's okay.
I mean, that's okay. I think we
and
were just
so
trying to
that's-
illustrate the 2 ends of
Right,
this and
yeah.
Right.
what could be in the middle, so.
Okay, thank you. Next, how many of these do we
It would be good to also come back, I don't know if you can, like some price points, like potentially, what would it look like? I mean, I don't know what the market would say in terms of.
today as opposed to next week?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I
don't
mean, the
know.
market is so go-go right now.
What
It's
are
crazy.
interest rates doing, right?
It's unaffordable all the way around, I know, but.
I can't promise that, but we'll try.
Well, I'm guessing on this one, I'm on the 3 years. Look, I think this is really important. I think we're just going to have a lot of speculation.
And are we applying this fine or?
Well, we're going to investigate it. The statute doesn't right now have any penalties for not doing it, and so we need to figure out what we can do. What kind of penalties? I mean, it could be that if you don't live on it, you don't get to, I don't know,
How about if
whatever.
you don't live on it, but you let somebody that's very low income live in it for 3 years?
Yeah, right, like that, and
free?
say they're you.
I don't know,
and say
maybe.
they're you.
I have a
Let me live
question
north
though.
of
You
Montana.
mentioned that they have to live in there from the time they pull the contract, but what if somebody who's pulling the contract has lived there for 20 years? This is where it gets a little confusing. Like, would that person be excluded from this? Because you talked about the fact that they would have to maybe,
After the
you know what I mean, live in an ADU. Like, how could you live in there? And
Yeah. So this is the point we're trying to clarify with HCD is like what is the practical application of this? Are you asking someone to leave a dwelling unit on a property of some kind or build a little tiny house, while the rest of it gets dug up? Like, that doesn't really make sense, but that is the literal language of the statute. So we just want to be really clear because this is such a brand new law that we're not going down a pathway either way, so I think we will, when we come back with the ordinance, we will have that clarity, I hope.
Yeah, and I don't think
That
they thought about
clarity
this
will
very
inform
well.
kind of where we were, because what you were hearing from the dais is 3 years basically after, right? That was kind
After
of
the
concept.
split, right?
After
Right.
no, not just after the split, like 3 years once it's all done.
No, it's
That's-
three, no,
I
it's
know, but
3 years
it's-
after the
it's-
lot split
I
only,
know
right?
that's
the
what it
statute.
says, but I thought I heard a little bit of a like, you need to live with it for 3 more years, as if it was like.
So we couldn't impose anything additional beyond that, but I think what we're trying to get clarity on is that, because what it is, it's 3 years after the split.
Yeah.
On the duplex option, there is no requirement.
Right.
So that is part of the question here, is what to do about that duplex path, which is completely silent on our occupancy. And I think, this concept out there is like, do you just want to align the two?
Right.
You have the same requirement apply to both. And then the clarity we're seeking really is, how is it practically implemented? Are we requiring people to live on the property while all this construction is happening? I mean, that doesn't really make sense in some ways,
Right,
so.
which is why it's confusing.
So is the 3-year, and I know it's not clarified from the state, but to me, the 3-year would be from the issuance of the certificate of occupancy.
No, it's from the lot split.
From the
is what
approval
it
of the
says.
lot.
But that is, it may take, how long would it take if you were constructing after the
Well,
lot
that's,
split?
that's exactly what we're saying. Is
So
that it could
you
be
really
3
may
years.
not be living there
Right.
at all, and
No, I've known
that doesn't
people-
make sense at all.
No.
So I think for the certificate of occupancy, that's when the 3 years should start.
So,
Now,
yeah,
that's
we-
obviously
well,
not
that's
our
right.
choice.
We can't change that starting point.
I know that.
We can't change state law, right? So that, the starting point is the approval of the lot split. So we have, but, so that's what we're trying to seek clarity on, because I think as you're recognizing,
understand.
it might be someone never lives on that property.
The other thing is, within the context of that provision, and Jean, you may have been close to this, the intention language may be because an individual's life circumstance may change for whatever reason. They get a job, they have to move.
Who does that ever happen to?
Yeah,
other than city
things
managers?
happen, and so I don't. We have to be careful about how complicated we're going to end up making this.
I just want to make it, I just want you to, I want there to be a penalty. That's really what I want if you don't fulfill your promise. And
And we just have to know what the promise
What-
is based on,
Correct.
because that's the part that's not clear. So once we have clarity, then we'll be able to,
And, yeah, it would be silly if they didn't let you do it, because then it's just an invitation for, speculators to come in and redo a whole town, which is what would happen. And I know why the 3 years was put in, and it was put in a weird way. Okay.
This is about the demolition allowance.
Ah.
If there's interest in increasing it beyond 25% of the
Not
existing.
by me. Anybody? I see no takers on that. And look, we did it because we wanted to, the reason we put this requirement in, and the idea that you get more lot coverage, so people should want to do it, is to increase our adaptive reuse and less destruction. Yeah, so that was why we did it initially anyway.
And in these really, I don't think we need direction. I think these are relatively self-explanatory, and don't imagine there should be much debate about that.
Yes, we're done. Is that it?
That's it.
Oh my God.
Yay, thank you, great. Thank you guys very much. Yeah, and that was really helpful, and I can't believe how they messed up the 3 years. I mean, that's such a, I mean, I remember when it was being negotiated and all, I mean, it was such a big deal, this whole negotiation of this, and everybody thought we were getting such a gift, and we weren't. And on that note, do we have any adjournments? No.
We have
We still need to vote on the continuation of these.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, so will somebody please move to continue item 5A to April 12th, 2022?
So moved.
Moved by McCowan,
Second.
seconded by Negretti. No discussion, roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Rock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
No, I'm joking. Yes. I can't push my button. Okay, and on that note, with no adjournments, thank you all. The meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting is next Tuesday, March 22nd at 5:30 PM. See you all then.